Previously on Dark Heresy.
First of all, my apologies. I would like to backtrack a little to something I forgot about. Everyone make an awareness test. It is site-based, if anyone has any bonuses.
Well, I'm a phone.
My goggles are knackered.
Yeah, so you be on your NPCs, be on Theranos, Otto,
Awareness, 35. Do it.
Do it. Okay, that makes things loads easier.
Already saw fuck all.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
didn't see nothing. We saw nothing.
It's around 1 PM at the minute. With Venetta down and bleeding out, Otto took control of the servo skulls, stopping Venetta's bleeding and saving her from death. But in a brief moment where they were both connected to the servo skulls, their minds became one, and they realized they had much in common, including having both met a man named Midan, albeit 20 years apart. Venetta met him when she was a child, Otto quite recently, just before joining Mesmeron. The trio of acolytes then tracked the beast by sight and by auspex, encountering a scene of carnage wrought by the escaped beast. 2 carnies lay dead. A third wounded man was being tended to by a strange, wart-covered, filthy woman who seemed to know who you were, referring to you not only by name, but also calling you the child of the Omnisire, he who faced the foul mind, and the seeker of knowledge. She knew you were Canny's friends too, and said she had seen you in her dreams and that she was destined to help. Otto noticed the rather fancy las pistol that she wore bore the symbol of the Scholar Progenium. Agnetha, the fortune teller, don't know why I said former, claimed she had found the pistol, but Otto realized this was a lie and knew that psychers, for what this woman clearly was, were not usually raised in these orphanages. Accepting her help, you pushed on into the big top and battled the creature, Venetta almost shooting Seraph in the darkness of the tent. But with Seraph assisting you, you tracked the beast deeper into the tunnels below the Carnival as he fled from you, seeming to wish to escape rather than risk death. Eventually, in a large storage building, you battled the creature once more, Venetta managing this time to actually shoot Seraph. Agnetha proved quite a decent shot, but it was Otto who put the final round into the creature. With her home now safe, Seraph sauntered off to tend to her wounds. She seemed annoyed that the beast had been released and killed a number of carnies, but perhaps not as upset or angry as you might expect. Otto took the creature's arm and burned the remains. Back outside the big top, you saw the mercenaries had responding to the sound of violence, but Yulia, the red-skinned horned woman, dismissed them, thanking them for their offer of help, but saying it was all under control. Jackson Strang had caught the proprietor of the House of Horrors fleeing the carnival, and having heard the screams, had restrained her until they knew what was happening. Martiana ranted and raved about the progenitor, the father, and the great devourer. Obviously, she's lost her mind. The woman, however, was still coherent enough to respond to some questions, and when asked about Millie and her remains, she glanced over her shoulder at the Wormburger stand, and also blurted out that Wiley was there when the bird woman had died. You offered to question the woman further, but Yulia stated this was Carnival business, and they would deal with it themselves. Yulia thanked you. Otto flirted with her a little, and she seemed not entirely unreceptive to his advances. She then offered you healing as thanks and led you to the Pool of Renewal, where you met a naked, wrinkled hag who told you to get into the pool's crimson waters. She seemed angry when you tried to scan her, smashing your auspex, and told Venetta that the waters could purge her mechanical corruption, as she called it, in time. You bathed, Otto perved. The waters seemed to do little to Otto. But Venetta became quite aware that some of the damage done by the beast was being undone by whatever was in the water. But perhaps at a cost. Yulia thanked you once more and directed you, when asked, to the home of Elspeth, the Wormburger vendor. And then, mostly cleaned of the blood from the pool, you headed to Elspeth's home, knocking on the door, and a terrified-looking woman answered the door. "Hello?" she says, peeking around the crack of her door.
Hello? Am I in this
Good
group?
evening. So we took
you've been following us along
Quietly.
in very quiet. You've been quite subdued for some reason. Although I did start talking to Fairness because I knew you wouldn't answer because Dave jumped in and took over the role.
I see. What?
the show must go on.
Okay. Hello. Are you the worm lady?
I am, yes. You should be careful out there. There's. Oh, sorry, she didn't talk like that. She talks like this a little bit. You should be careful out there. There's a beast loose in the carnival, isn't there? Yeah.
No longer. It has been vanquished. And then I'm just going to take my pistol out and spin it around.
Make
And then
it-
put it back.
Take an
put it
agility
back.
test.
Yeah, I've always got it.
Be a
I roll
plus,
100 and do it.
a plus 10. Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, no, okay. Not by 9 degrees.
yeah. You drop your pistol. Luckily, the safety was still on. And she sort of looks at you curiously and says, "Oh, did you? Well, you must be great warriors. I saw it tore through two of the security guards.
Yeah. It got generic Carney number 3.
Oh no, Kenny will be devastated."
We'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. May we come in?
Questions?
Question. There's no need to be alarmed. No need to be alarmed. Just a routine inquiry. See if you saw anything. See if see if you've got any tidbits of information that might be.
She says, "Well, all I saw was the beast come running out and then kill 2 people, and then it scampered off into the big top. But come on in. Okay, so this is a second area near where you're staying. There's like a couple of branching tunnels that lead away from the carnival, and there's these various caverns that people have set up homes in. I'll just find you 3. So you are currently here.
Oh, is it some sort of 40k cannabis farm? Seen the fauna going on.
There's some weird plants growing out the ground here. It's quite a cramped room, and you have to sort of perch on her bed to get in. There's literally little more in here than a bed and a small table. You're sort of all wedged in, almost on top of each other. So
It's not the beast that we want to talk to you about. It's Millie.
Millie? Oh yeah, Millie, the bird lady.
Yeah. We have a
woman of impeccable taste by all accounts. I'm just going to say that. Just say that and raise my eyebrow.
So what did you say? Sorry, Johnny, I didn't hear you.
A woman of impeccable taste by all accounts.
She's a lovely lady, Millie. Yeah. Her and Horace live out in the other cavern. They've been trying for little, and from what I hear.
Yes, but we have reason to suspect that. Well, okay, let's just start there. So we don't actually know that she's been turned into what actually was said. I can't remember what happened in the last session. I missed that bit about Wiley being involved. I missed that bit completely last time.
So what happened was you found the traces of her blood, quite a lot of her blood.
Mm-hmm.
You also found some traces of her DNA, like bits of feather in the big top, but she performs there. And you asked Martiana, the woman that run the House of Horrors, who ran off and came back raving. You asked her what happened to Millie, or where was the body, or something, and she glanced at the Wormburger stand, and then said, "While he was there, he saw everything."
I kind of missed that bit. Well, we've probably gone to see Wiley, but never mind. Yes, we have reason to believe that the Wormburger store might be involved in Millie's disappearance.
Well, I was wondering if we could catch one of those bird burgers people been talking about.
Bird burgers? I don't sell bird burgers. I sell worm burgers or whatever meat I get.
Well, you've got some new special meeting, haven't you?
No, I haven't had any for a few days.
Oh,
2,
awesome.
maybe 3 days. There was some meat turned up.
Who
Oh.
supplies your
Yeah,
your
who's
meat
like,
products?
Well, various people do. I would like you to make a fellowship test at +20.
All of us are just.
Just Veneta for now.
Does not compute.
She says, well, various people bring me it. Once upon a time, Horace and Millie, they used to. Sorry, hang on a sec. Once upon a time, Horace and Millie, they used to go hunting down the bottom of the chasm, and they would bring up some worms from time to time. And various people, if they see a worm somewhere in one of the tunnels or something like that, they'll kill it and they'll bring it to me, and I'll butcher it and turn it into a burger. It's not just worms. Sometimes all sorts of different things come up. Those beetles we've got lurking around, they started off as just a couple of breeding pairs someone brought up, but rather than killing them, we started breeding them. So we had some on hand all the time.
Oh, that's a clever idea. Oh. So,
very
yeah.
dark.
Mixed meat. Can you get a mixed meat butty?
Well, I'd have to go back to the stall if you're after a burger.
Would it be all right to come with you?
Yeah, course, sure. Come on. I was supposed to be cleaning up anyway. I just came back here because that beast got loose. Come on, I'll get you a burger.
All right.
Okay.
And hushed tones, I'm going to say, can someone scan the meat?
I was going to do that anyway.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the part of the plan. So what are you having? Oh, I'm having bird burger.
I'm a.
I mean, there's not a lot on the menu. There's worm
Mini meat?
burgers and worm dogs. Oh, sorry, sump dogs. That's all that's on the menu, generally speaking.
Good old
right.
Billy meat.
So you get back. The dead carnies have been taken away. Everyone
Fresh meat has been delivered to the to the burger stall. Very fresh.
Let's have a look. Just get rid of a few things off the map that shouldn't be there. Okay, so she leads you. It takes you a few minutes to walk back to the stall, and she lets herself in through the door at the back, opens the little shutters at the front, and she says, "Normally, I don't start serving till about 7 o'clock when the carnival opens, but I know you're local. You're Kenny's friends, aren't you? Staying in the cabin back there."
Yes, Mom.
Lovely boy, Kenny. Always got a burger for him. So, what can I get you? I've got burgers and I've got sump dogs.
Can I have a sump dog, please?
Of course you can.
Can I have a burger?
A burger for you, yes, and you, my dear.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Okay, special mustard, you two.
Yeah. Yes. Have you got any read?
Cheese. Hey, I can put you a little slice of cheese on there. And she assembles this burger and this hot dog, sump dog, with a little squirt of special mustard and some cheese. And she says, just one throne, please, for the pair.
Okay.
I'll pay the lady.
I'll pay.
Okay.
This one's on me. You did very well back there. I feel like I could. It's my turn. Okay, let's see if we've got any thrones. Yeah, I have a few. Yeah.
No,
That's been paid.
thank you very much. I was starving. I'm glad I
So,
bumped into you.
You might. Should we just take a little walk? And I'm just gonna.
So are you as you're starting to walk away, she calls after you. She says, Are you people looking for Millie then? I hear she's been missing a few days.
You might say that. Yeah, we've tasked to actually have a look for her. We're just trying to do our good deed for the day. If we could find out where she is, bring her back. That would really be the icing on the cake. But if we can't, we want to find out what's happened to her, you know, and get a bit of closure on the situation. So, yeah. And then I'm going to scan I'm going to get the aspects to start scanning my burger.
As you're doing that, she says, "Well, I hope you find her. She's a lovely woman. I consider her a friend. She used to bring me plenty of meat back when she still did that sort of thing."
She likes to get stuck in. Likes to grind away at the work.
Yeah.
Yeah, she.
Really puts herself into everything. You know what I mean? Puts herself into everything. I'm looking at this burger.
Yeah.
I mean, puts her out and I'm looking at some dog and say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll start with the burger.
Okay.
Thanks a lot anyway, my love.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
welcome.
Yeah, thank you. You've been most helpful. Fairness, can you keep an eye on it? Can you wait around for a second because we might want another one.
She's busying herself in her shack anyway. She's getting it ready, cleaning up the night before, things like that.
Cool. So we'll take these.
Do you want to scan mine as well?
Yes, I'll take a sample of the burger because patties can be made from ground. Well, both can be made from bird one essentially. So.
Okay, so are you scanning the burger and the hot dog with the auspex and trying to compare it to the DNA you've got of Millie?
I am indeed.
Yeah.
DNA. See if I can get a match. Cross-reference.
Hey, give me a couple of tech use tests at plus 20.
Okay.
Oi.
And the next one.
Yay.
Hey.
So you scan these two items of food, and you probably wish you hadn't. It doesn't appear like there's much nutritional value in these. They mostly seem to be fat and some sort of gelatinous, gooey substance.
That's the best bit.
You've got a record of the DNA of what these two different items are made of now, but neither of them match the DNA of Millie.
Okay.
Well, that's all right. Nom, 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 nom.
I'll eat it. I'll be like, we'll see it, and then I'm going to go back for another one. Fairness, fancy a competition? See who can eat the most burgers. Some dog.
No thanks. I'm just trying not to throw up my bloody lunch from just eating that.
Fairness, not saying more sample.
Well, look, you eat it if you want to. I feel sick now.
Oh, right. Can I have a bit of everything? I'm going to go back to it. I'm like, can I have 10 of those and 10 some dogs, 10 burgers?
Okay, so she says, "Oh, Evan, you've got a healthy appetite." And she spends a good few minutes assembling these burgers and this hot dog. Re-cheese and special mustard.
Oh, certainly re-cheese. Can I go for double with?
And as she says that, I have to put my hand over my mouth and stop myself from going green because I really didn't enjoy my burger.
Okay. So she spends a few minutes assembling all these.
You're supposed to chew it, not throat it.
After a while, she stacks them all up on the counter and says, 10 phones in total then, please.
I'll pay for that. I'll pay that. And then I'm just going to... Have you got... Is there anywhere I could sit around here?
There isn't. Oh, well, actually, there is. There's a couple of benches, sort of... I'll show you. There's some benches here in between these two stalls.
Yeah.
And there's also some benches over there. Over near the toilets.
People.
Okay. So I'm going to try and grab all these. Have you got a tray? Sorry to be a pest. I'll throw an extra phone in for you.
Sorry, love. I don't normally get such big orders. I don't have trays.
Oh, right. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'll come back and ship them one by one. Okay, so I'm just going to start going through them and sample as well. It's like just getting some for the rest of the mansion. It's they're probably hungry.
Okay.
So I'm going to sit down and get conducting scans on all of these items.
Okay, give us 2 more tech use tests.
Okay. So we've plus 20, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Good rolling tonight, Johnny.
So far, so good. Cool.
Well done. So, what you soon discover is these worm burgers. They're all pretty uniform. They all seem to be made of whatever this creature is. This worm that you've heard
Yeah.
of. All these burgers seem to be made of the same gooey, fatty meat. The sump dogs are made of a variety of different meats, from what you can tell. There's a few different traces of DNA from all sorts of different creatures. You don't know what any of these creatures are.
Yeah.
None of them match the DNA of Millie.
Okay.
I would like you to make a logic test.
Logic.
Venetta can make one as well, if you would like.
Logic. Oh, yeah. Logic's low.
With a plus 10.
How long ago did Millie go missing?
Millie went missing 3 or 4 days ago, is what you've been told.
So I'm just going to go back like while I'm mid-chew burger. But so how many of these sump dogs and burgers do you sell a day? Would you say?
Well, most days I sell out of whatever meat I have. I usually don't have much left. Apart from a few days ago, I had quite a lot left. Kept me going for 2 days, in fact.
All right.
So the evidence has already been in a selection of other people's bellies by the looks of it.
Well, the thing is, the next course of inquiry, if that logic would be taking samples from the latrine. Now,
Well, I hope that's deep in the underhive at the moment. I don't feel like taking there.
You're currently sat next to the latrines.
Well, crack on then, Otto.
Go on, Otto.
I'm going to need your special skills. Have you got a scooper?
Do I have a scooper? A pooper scooper? It's not something I usually carry, Otto.
Is there any
Oh, I've got one.
Yeah.
What's? Show me. Pass us your gun here for a second.
This baby's staying with me.
Oh. Right then.
Nice,
Well, I'm gonna
nice try. Nice try,
stick-
though.
Stick the end of my right last rifle in it and poke it up at Otto. You can scan that then.
Oh, the imperium that everyone's ever met. Besides myself, obviously, of course. And yourself.
Well, here you go. I've got a good sample off here, but I don't think it's going to be a 2-day-old sample. That'll be flushed well away. But here you go. Scan that on the end of my rifle.
So
Why don't you
you're
just send the servo skull down the hole, Otto?
Scan for that DNA, traces that DNA. I think that's a good idea. Thank you.
I don't think they have a U-bend. I think it might just be like a big, might just be a pit.
Get my hands dirty on this, but sometimes when you do the episode, you have to.
I've been thinking how I'm going to play a servo monkey.
Yeah.
Turbo.
Turbo monkey, yeah. What would I do? Would it have the brain of a man in it and have really weak stats, but would be really fast and dodgy? I was thinking something out, like a man once had his head put into like a servo monkey, but he's like really weak, but he's really good at science stuff and fast and agile. But really weak.
Okay, I'm going to send the servo skull just to try and get some samples while I sit in burgers and dogs. I'm just going to put the burger down, but quite bad. Don't want to know what it's made out of. Probably work some of these weird worms and so on, but they're not bad. They're not bad. I won't have to shut this establishment down. And then I'll try on the some dogs as well, and look pretty awkward when he's trying to eat it. It's not sure what to do with it. Okay.
You stole a lot of food in that hunch of yours, don't you, mate?
That's not very funny.
I thought it was. I'm glad. No wonder you can pack it away. Pack it. I got a hunch I'm saying the wrong thing. Oh, sorry. Tell me again.
I take my pistol and shoot his kneecap out.
Aim shot. Half aim shot.
Come on, Otto. That one was quite good.
You'll keep. And then I shuffle off towards the servo schools.
Okay, so are you sending one of the schools into the latrine?
A lovely lady lamb, my hum. Okay, I'm off. Shuffling away and going into the ladies to the toilet. Okay.
Right. The toilet is.
Sending the servo skull into the ladies. Oh dear.
It's little more than a wooden seat with a hole in it.
Conceal and report. Conceal yourself and report. I'm going to get lower down the toilet, sort of facing.
Do we need to investigate our own toilets? Because Canny's been eating out of that bar all the time.
Yeah, it's one of Canny's favourite places.
Yeah. You know what? I'll send off the servo. So I don't think I'm going to do anything or find anything. So I'll send the service school off to try and get some stool sample.
Oh no, Canny's eaten some flesh from a humanoid. Oh no.
That's worse.
That's worse. That is worse.
This could be where we discover that.
The latrine's a little more than a wooden chair with a hole cut in it over a hole in the ground.
Yeah.
And as you peer down into this, you can smell something quite awful, but it's not the smell that you would expect for a latrine. It smells very similar to the industrial runoff of the lake that surrounds the island that Carnival's built on.
No chance. Fine. Let's just call it off for a bad job and say that fucked off someone. Yeah, I mean, I've had enough of it. I don't think we're going to find anything. And there's only one person really whinging, which is the Birdman himself. Why don't we
Kenny said he'd get to the bottom of it. I don't want to make a liar out of him.
Well, it looks like if she has been fed to the rest of the carnival, somebody else has already got to the bottom of it, haven't they? And it's dropped into the toilet. We still
have a lead. That mad woman talking about Wiley.
He's got a hunch.
I've got a hand. Got a hand. Time to land.
Sorry,
Come on, Otto. Let's carry on the investigation. We'll go speak to Wiley. You can like it or lump it.
Mockery is the lowest. Like that. So.
Fairness bends over, double laughing now. Oh, this is hilarious! I've had so much fun in ages.
So what are you doing? You off to see Wiley?
I think that's the. I mean, we're on a bit of a dead end here, aren't we? With the.
Yes, a dead end. Like
don't laugh too hard there. You don't want to split your sides.
Around the counter, just give them out free and just say they're a present from Kenny's friend. Anybody who wants one, they can have one. I've had a couple already. That'll do me. Have you got anything to drink behind?
There's one of the stalls is a drink stall.
Okay.
This one here that I'm putting you in front of.
Okay. Does eating some dog and Wernberg have any positive effects towards my health?
Some dogs do not. No, neither do the Wernberg.
Quite the contrary.
Yeah, they're quite an acquired taste.
What about the special mustard?
And the
special mustard. Don't you worry about the special mustard.
Okay.
Okay, so on this stall here, there's a woman behind there, and she turns and looks at you. She's sort of wedging a large barrel under the counter, and she says, "Oh, hello there. You're one of the new people staying in the back, ain't you? Yeah, seen you and your friends wandering around. We're not really open, you know."
Oh, it could be open to me, love.
Well, the thing is, I'm really thirsty. and I'm willing to pay a little extra to get what I want. So what you got? And how much cost?
She taps the board. She reaches over the counter and just taps the board. Says, "Can't you read, love?" And written in basically really bad handwriting and spelt wrong is a menu of what she has on offer.
I'm like, I can read proper words just on my breath, but what the heck is that? So what is on the menu?
So on the menu, she has Sump Cider for
Sump
one
cider.
throne.
Yeah.
Desoleum Amasak, which is 5 thrones, and a Carnival Cocktail, which is 7 thrones.
Ooh.
Oh. I'll get these. I'll get these ones, Otto. Do it on me. On me.
Yeah, go on then. Just don't use my back as a tray.
I like
it.
So funny.
Oh, we got
Pat you on your hump.
a little bit of back and forth. A bit of banter. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew you was a
Very
good
good.
type. I knew you was a good type.
We're bonding. You know what I mean? We're bonding.
Anyway, Otto, what do you like? And Vanetta, you too. You could do with a stiff drink. Look at the state here.
What are you trying to say?
You've been cut open, gnawed up, and chucked in a pool of weird goo.
I'm feeling a lot better.
Yeah,
I'm feeling a lot better. I'm feeling the best I've felt in months.
Oh,
Oh,
still
good.
fancy a
I think
drink.
there's something to that bloodbath. I don't know why. I never put so alive.
You'll be growing feathers next. You never know what they've got in it.
Well,
Well,
Annie always said it was a scam.
What are we drinking? What are we drinking? I'll have a Carnival cocktail. Let's see what that's all about.
I was thinking just the same thing. Let's see how many thrones I've got.
I don't really drink alcohol.
Actually, I'm a little bit skint at this point in time.
All
I've
right.
realised
Okay.
I've got to get my money out with me, and I've got 0 thrones.
Well,
Oh yeah,
right,
that old trick, fairness. Eh?
Yes,
I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night.
I had you down for a bit of a simpleton, but you're clearly very clever. And I'm just going to take the phones out for that.
I'm just going to go, huh.
Did they have anything non-alcoholic?
So I've got a backup plan.
She says, "Well, yeah, I do ploin juice for the little ones."
Yeah. I'll have a ploin juice.
Okay. And
What
she
do you want, Trevor?
I'll just have a sub cider because I feel a bit cheeky now.
You're not feeling risky. You don't want to try a cocktail.
I would do. It depends how much our
Rich Otto's feeling.
that's a one.
I can get you I can get you one of those if you want. I'm feeling quite generous there.
All right, okay.
Like your mockery of my physical disability, my mental state.
Look, mate.
I'm on a different level mentally.
You might be a burnt little hunchback, but you're a fucking demon with that gun, and I respect that. And you're a demon with your intelligence, and I respect that too. But you know, I might be a fit cunt with a las gun, but you kind of got to respect the fact that I can shoot a las gun.
Well, that must mean you've passed your basic training, which is why you're in the guard, not in a burger.
Berenice and Titulos are actually they're quite well educated for guardsmen because the world they come from believes in educating its PDF. They can both read and write high and low Gothic. And they also both have a couple of common law skills as well. They are quite well educated.
Would I be able to be cocky then, just to write my order down in high Gothic for Otto and pass him that? Hello, that please.
Something to write on.
Yes, I'll ask the lady. Do you have a pen and paper? Quickly.
A what?
Pen and paper. Bit of chalk and stone. Chalk and stone.
I'll take out my auto quill.
Oh, thank
take
you.
The quill out. I'll be like, bear with me.
Let
me to write it down.
Let me just show you, and I'm going to write what I want in high Gothic and pass it back.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to correct the spelling.
No, It would be perfectly well spelled. He has a decent understanding of High Gothic.
Very
And
good.
his handwriting might not be up to much, but it's spelt right.
I'm going to look it over appraisingly, and then I'm going to grade it, all right, and then hand it back. Very good, soldier. B class.
Oh, thanks, thank you very much.
Where's that penmanship, though? You're getting a bit sloppy. Spend some more time.
I will do,
Any
sir.
part of the sword. Remember that, feminist. Very good. Good effort. I'll put it in my report. B class. Hand rise. Fairness.
Oh,
Put in a good word for the Inquisitor for you, I may.
Oh,
Play
well,
your-
I don't
play
be
your
pushing
Emperor's
my heads
Arrow
dusting
card.
Otto. Wait until my legs go or something, or get something blown off me. I might feel like it.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think it was that kind of party, but let's see what we can do.
Okay, well, we'll find out after these drinks roll, mate.
Yeah,
So what drinks are you ordering? You're both having a Carnival cocktail.
Carnival
Yes.
cocktail and a juice for
And a ploin juice.
wine juice. That's it.
Okay, so she freshly squeezes the ploins for Netta's drink. It's not out of a bottle. You
What
seem
are
to have they're basically a fruit. And she freshly squeezes these strange purple fruit. And they look in good condition, these ploins. And she hands that drink over, and she gets.
Could I give your ploins a squeeze?
You want to squeeze a ploin?
No, I'm only ignore me. Sorry.
She gets the cocktails ready, and to do this, you see her. She pulls a large flagon, 2 large flagons of the sump cider, and then she pours a generous measure of Amasec into a shot glass, and pours them both into the ciders. Basically, a Carnival cocktail is a sump cider with a shot of Amasec in it. And she pushes them across to you and says, 16 thrones altogether, please.
I feel like I'll just slide the throne. Thank you very much. Have another throne as well. Just for going out of your way. Travel.
Thank you very much, love.
And while you're going out your way, can I have those ploins?
I'll wink.
Ploin in mine as well.
I was going to wink like
that. As you're talking to her, I would like you all to make a site-based awareness test.
Something's creeping over the hill.
Boom, baby.
awareness.
Nice.
Varanus and Otto, you both notice that this woman, as she speaks, her tongue is sort of spiked rather than the usual shaped human's tongue. It's got a bit of a point to it. Bit spiky, weird tongue. This is obviously her mutation.
Is she pretty?
Let me find her description.
Just roller or something. I don't know. Fairness is liking a spiked tongue.
She's well, not elderly, but by the Carnival standards, she's an older woman. She's probably in her 40s, but it makes her look a lot older down here in this shitty fucking place that she lives.
I don't think Fairness has got massively great taste being a guard. Has he?
That's up to you.
Oh, it don't matter. I'll not distract us in that way. I'm no dick.
Okay. What was it? Moved in better.
Okay. Are you drinking your drinks?
Yes.
Yes.
Key.
I would like you both to make a toughness test at +10. So that's a fail for Fairness.
Whoa! I'm fucked.
So you are fatigued.
Should
I re-roll that with? No.
No.
I'm drunk.
Success.
Fuck me, I can't.
1, 2, 3 success.
I'm all over the place, man.
So, Fairness, you are now fatigued at -10 to all stats. Otto, you drink this drink, and you can feel that large amount of alcohol in you. And you wouldn't say you're pissed, but you feel a bit of a warm glow. You feel quite jovial. You feel very, you could take on the world right now. You gain +10 to your willpower and fellowship until I tell you otherwise.
Okay, let's go and see what's his face, the ringmaster. Whatever he's got, the ringmaster. I'm just gonna say it like this. Master.
Give me a second, mate. Give me a second. I just got to get my feet under me.
Venetta and Fairness, you like Otto's plan. In fact, you really like Otto right now. There's something more charming than usual about him.
Got a spring in his step and a gleam in his hump.
Yep.
Okay.
I take back all those things I said, Otto. I take them all back. You did
Okay.
really well. You killed
Yeah,
that stealer. It was stealer.
May I say, it's okay. May I say you look much better without your robes on. Do it. So, and then I'm just gonna turn around and
blush slightly.
The big top. There we go.
Did Fairness witness this as well?
What, the naked Venetta? Yeah.
I didn't lay though, did I?
No, you didn't. You were respectfully silent for some strange reason.
Yeah.
Good.
You didn't record.
As
didn't
Otto, okay. As Otto says this, Fairness is just gonna scratch his balls for a second and smile.
One for the archive.
One for the archive.
My cheeky bit. One for the archive. Speaking of which,
it's just gonna smile and blush.
I pull out the data as well because I was using the service called to take some pictures on the sly. I'm like, one for the archive.
Oh. Nothing's ever sacred.
Pass me some thrones. Pass me some thrones. Something.
I'm just going to go a bit red again. I'm pretty drunk.
Not just a pretty face. I've got this vision in my head of that really like hunchback out of 300. That's what I feel like it looks like. But
quick Google here, 300 hunchback. I get a hat.
He's basically the one. He's basically the one that betrays. Like, joins Zerx, and he's like, is there any? And he's like, one more thing, I want to fall as well, because the Spartans were. He's like, he chose Leonidas thrust. He's like, I've trained day and night and all this sort of stuff, and then he's like, right, raise your shield arm, because he's got this really withered arm behind the shield. He's like, like that. It's like, and then what they call it, Leonidas basically says like the strength of Spartan warriors is in like their ability to work, is in the phalanx, the ability to work together. Can't use you and that sort of thing. And he's like, mother, you were wrong, like that. Crazy. Turns traitor, basically, because Spartans at the start it shows you that what they do to babies that aren't strong enough. They just basically
all he needed to do is put them in the front ranks and they make over Spartans. Step back.
Exactly, using speed bump. You know what I mean? Like, but they do, but like, no, we don't need this rubbish. Anyway, see, 300 hunchback. Have you googled it? Have you got the image?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it before. I just reminded myself what he looked like. I'll say I've seen 300, but it must be many years ago now. I watched it.
Absolutely horrific.
But yeah, now I've got a great image of Otto. He's got a right hump on him as well.
He has.
I remember he's got a burnt face as well now.
Yeah.
So
add that into really starting to get a good impression of what it looks like. You might want to split the difference. Okay, so let's go. Head towards the shuffle towards the top. Start randomly inquiring if there's anybody around you. Like, have you seen Wiley McKen? Have you seen Wiley anywhere? Just need to speak to him briefly, just with regards to what's happening tonight. Trying to tighten security. Just feed him some bullshit about
Who are you asking?
Anybody. on the route?
Well, you can see you. Everyone that's on the map is there.
Okay.
They're the people you can see.
Okay, so where am I?
Looking at Fat Fanny.
Whatever you do, don't speak to Fat Fanny.
Okay.
Did she eat Bird Woman?
she's definitely eaten a bit of Bird Woman.
So
He's eaten a bit of everything possible.
And then, yeah, let's go and speak to Chop and Baz. See if there's anything.
Well, we could do, or we could just go to the big top or go to his house.
Yeah, let's do that.
He lives underneath the big top.
Yeah, let's go.
Chopper Baz, he freaks me out a bit.
Oh, Toby, sorry to hear that. I don't think I've met the guy before. I've heard he runs a fine establishment. Just going to take my pistol out and then spin it around a bit. You know what I mean? As well. Got a spring in my step. Yeah.
So what are you doing then?
Big top.
Big top.
Yeah.
As you're heading towards the big top, I would like each of you to make a perception check, not an awareness check, specifically perception.
Perception. Click. Click. No.
Whoop.
Okay, so as you're walking towards the big top, you get to about here, as you're chatting away amongst yourselves about all sorts of nonsense. And Venetta, there's a bit of a shiver goes up your spine as you pass this tent. And you look round, and you've seen this tent a few times. It normally has like a bead curtain hanging over the door. But at this moment in time, the beads are parted, tied back. And you see inside the tent, sat behind a table, is the woman who helped you earlier, Agnetha, the psyker. And she's just sat watching you, Venetta. Sat behind a table. She's doing nothing, but she just makes eye contact with you as you walk past the tent.
This is number 15 tent.
Yes.
We'll say, you guys go on without me. I think I might have my fortune told. Maybe let's see if somebody's in my future. I'm gonna head into the tent.
All right then.
That's thinking outside the box for now. Very good. No
I'm
way.
gonna stagger off round.
Come on, feminist. I'd help you walk, but you know what?
I've just walked into the corner of the big top.
Okay. And I'm just going to walk through this. I'm just going to shut the door.
And then I've knocked myself onto the floor by looking round as I've knocked into it, got my neck caught on one of the guy ropes and knocked myself onto the floor.
I'm going to walk past. I'm just going to giggle to walk past. You sleep on furnace. I'll go it alone from here.
I'll be with you. I'll be with you.
All right. See you in a minute then.
Picking myself up and then rushing after you, covered in a bit of dirt.
It's all right. You know, dust yourself down. You know, guys are used to being covered in crud anyway, so it's all right. Okay.
Okay, so I'll just move you guys. You head into the big top. And you find the big top itself is empty. There's still a bit of blood on the floor. The bodies of the carnies have been taken away, but the blood is yet to be cleaned up. But Venetta, you enter the tent, and Agnetha watches you the whole time, never takes her eyes off you. And she says to you, "Oh, the child of the Omnisire returns. Oh. Have you come to see what's in your future, my dear?"
Yeah. I mean, not that I believe in any of this, but yes, I'd like to know what you have to say.
It matters not what you believe in, my dear. It only matters that the Emperor believes in you. Take a seat.
All praise the Emperor.
Indeed.
That's
Are
it.
you sitting down?
I will sit down. Yeah.
As you sit, she takes your hand for a moment and flips it upside down. The flesh arm, not the mechanical arm, and she just gazes at your palm for a second.
I didn't realize I had a mechanical arm. Is that right?
Yeah, one of her arms, the lower half of her arm is augmetic.
Okay.
Make a willpower test, please.
Ooh.
Yikes.
Nice. Agnes peers at you curiously for a moment. And she seems to glance between your human arm and your robot arm. She looks a bit disturbed by your cybernetic arm, and then she says, "Poor child. They took much from you, didn't they? I feel it. I feel your pain. Not just of the body, no. Oh, no. But of the soul, too. Do you long to be whole again, child?"
I suppose I do. And life is pain.
Indeed it is, child. There are ways to become what you once were. She can help you, the damned one. She of many names and many faces, the child of the dead dynasty, the heir. But would she help you? Oh, there lies before you great suffering, conflict within and without. And she coughs.
For a second, I thought you were having a real cough there, Dave.
No.
So I'm glad to laugh. For a second, I was like, "Fuck."
She coughs. You see, as her hand comes away, there's something on her hand and dribbling down her chin, and it looks like machine oil. And then it's gone. She says, "When the oath returns, you must take it. They will have need of you." And then she draws her deck of cards and she begins to shuffle them. And she puts them across to you and says, "Take a card."
Any card.
Any card.
Okay. I shall select the card that is on the top.
You flick the first card over, and then on it is the image. And these aren't like Vlad's cards. These aren't holographic cards. These are like proper cards. It's the image of a man clad in black head to toe. No face, like a body glove. And across his back is a long rifle on a sling. And he has a blade in his hand. It reminds you of Siegfried.
Sorry.
"The assassin," she says. "Something hidden stalks him. The solution is simple. The weapon is primed. The oath will lead him to his past and his future. Oh, he will have need of your skills. You must take the oath with him."
What is this oath? What do you mean?
She looks up at you and says, "I don't know the answers, my dear. I can only be your guide. Pick another card."
I shall pick one from about halfway down the deck.
This card shows an image of a roguish-looking man in a tricorn hat. Sword and pistol hang from his belt, and he smirks, a little cheeky little smirk. And he stands on the bridge of an ornate starship. "The trader, one of dubious honor and reputation, an unexpected journey this card represents. His oath will take you to the kingdom of bone by his hand." Choose another card.
Okay, I'll choose a card at random.
The third and final card is a holy warrior with his armor shining and gleaming in silver, weapons arrayed before him, and he stands there with his chin thrust dramatically up. He says, "This card has many meanings. War, conquest, vengeance. No, not for you, my dear, not for you. Pride, perhaps, a crusade of your own. Oh, the pure form you seek. She will not let you take it. The heir of the dead dynasty will not let you take the pure form. And then she draws the 3 cards towards you and places her hands above them, and you see her eyes roll back into her head, and they seem to glow in a light for a moment. And she sits there waving her hands back and forth over the cards, and then suddenly she says, "By oath will you journey, by bone will you find. The dead lord seeks what cannot be found. He will find more, your path lies with him. From there, on the world of bone, the purity of form you seek will be found." And then she suddenly thrusts back into the chair, and her eyes go back to normal, and she says, "Oh, that was a strong one, my dear. It appears fate has something in store for you."
Oh, thank you. That was most illuminating.
You're welcome, my dear.
Do I owe you any money for this reading? I appear to have left my wallet at home.
No cost to you.
Oh, thank you. I shall I'm just having a look from my inventory, see if I've got anything. No, nothing at all. Bullshit. I've got this spare part if you want it. Pull out this strange spherical item.
I have no need of such things, my dear.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
My fee will be collected in time.
oh, good. Well, thank you very much. I've got my investigation to go about now.
I hope you find her.
Okay. I'm going to nod knowingly and head out.
And as you leave, she says, "Give Canny my love, won't you?"
Yes, of course.
Okay. So right about now, Otto and Ferinus are going to be... You've worked your way through the big top, down the spiral staircase carved into the stone floor, and you find yourself in the tunnel that you've seen before, and you head along. A few of you have been here for... those that were here when you met Canny have been here before, when Gaius was wounded, fighting Seraph, and also you came here earlier in the day and found the strange little office with the cogitator full of numbers that didn't make sense. And I'm going to give you a map now, and it's probably the map I'm the most proud of. It's so well detailed. So I've got some pleasure.
I have to ask Dave, was that other map where Elspeth lived, was that one you done yourself, or
No, that was stolen.
That was stolen.
This is one I've done.
I was going to compliment you on your map.
I've stolen it and I've modified it a bit, but this one is one I've made myself, and you'll be amazed by the effort I've put in.
You'll be able to tell the difference, shall we?
It's not finished. That's part of the
Work in
reason it
progress.
looks like this. But this is the cavern beneath. So this is quite a crude map at the minute. It's just to show what is there.
I like it.
So, number 1, can you see the numbers for each building?
No.
No. Why have I put them on the wrong thing?
I've gone the wrong layer, I guess.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know what's happened there. It's oh, there it is. There it is. Right. So you've been in number 1. That is the warehouse where you fought the Stealer. You've been in number 4. That was the strange little office where you found the cogitator that didn't do very much. And Veneta has been also in number 5, which is the Champion's Shack. This is where Canny used to live. This is where you first met Canny. But I'll just put the rest of the numbers on so you can tell me where you want to go, because obviously you don't know where Wiley lives.
Well, that seemed, I don't know, like, did we not bump into Wiley when we came down here last? Or did we not?
Well, actually, good point. Yeah, you saw Wiley
somewhere, didn't we?
You saw Wiley arguing with Seraph, sort of in between building 3 and 4, and Wiley went up into building number 2.
Okay, let's go to building 2 then.
I agree.
So 1 is the warehouse where we fought the Stealer. 5 is where Kenny used to live.
Yeah.
Are they the only buildings we know, or was there another one? On 4 was the building with the
Or
cogitator.
4's the one with the cogitator, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, we'll head up to this building. We'll assume it's Wiley's.
Okay. So you head up to the building. It's just a crude wooden shack. It's 2 or 3 times the size of the one that you found Elspeth in earlier. A little bit bigger. Then again, he is the ringmaster, so you'd expect such things. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna knock.
Knock on the door. Who's that knocking on the door?
Okay. You knock on the
It's
door.
Autocross Mark.
You knock on the door and you wait a few moments, and nobody answers the door.
Do you want to use your lockpicking skills, Fairness?
Yeah, I don't think I've got any, but I will try again.
I mean your shoulder.
Yeah. No worries. I will try it again. I'm gonna take it. I'm just gonna back up and then have a run up right at the door. Or shall I just try the handle first? I'm gonna try the handle first. See if it opens.
Yeah, the door opens.
You are very wise, aren't you, Fairness? Wise beyond your years. Try to open the door before you try to fucking ram it.
Okay, so
you can't always jump to everybody's commands, can you?
No, very wise.
it's quite dark in here. There's no power. The light of the cavern is basically the cavern's basically lit by a number of open promethium barrels that are burning away, and some of that light spills into Wiley's shack.
I'm gonna use my torch I've got.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna switch mine on as well.
So you flick your glow lamps on, and you can see a bit better now. What there appears to be here, there is a bed. It's unmade. It smells in here as well. It smells of sweat and alcohol and cigars. The bed is unmade, very, very rustled. Looks like he's not very tidy person, Wiley. And scattered around the room are various drinking vessels, plates, cups, things like that, scattered all over the place. It looks like, this place needs a woman's touch, sort of thing. He's a bachelor, lives on his own. He's a ringmaster. He's not got the best personal hygiene.
Like
yeah, it basically looks like that. And also a bit like that over in the back corner there. All those bottles on that desk. It looks like there's a few bits of furniture. There's a chest with various clothes piled in it. You can see Wiley's ringmaster's outfit and his top hat there. There's a few other changes of clothes. There's a shelf with 1 or 2 little, maybe personal items. You don't know what they are, just random objects, and a few books as well, and a table and a chair. And other than that, there's not much in here. There is definitely no sign of Wiley McCann.
Can I see what the books are that you've got?
You can. There are 3 books. 4 books. 2 of them are fiction. Nothing particularly interesting catches your eye, but the other 2 books, there is something unusual about one of them. It's the sort of book you wouldn't expect to be in general circulation.
Yeah.
And it's a book on basically various kinds of Xenos beast from around the Calexis sector.
Okay.
The second book is basically a textbook on, it's almost like a beginner's guide to accounting.
Okay. Can I have a quick look through that?
Yeah.
Search, please, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't find anything besides what I've already described?
I want to flick through this Xenos book see if there's anything that looks similar to what we just hunted and killed.
Okay, so the book looks quite old, and it's a bit tattered, bit dog-eared. It looks like it's maybe got wet at some point. It's a bit stained. A few of the pages are missing. A few of the pages are a bit smeared. You can't read them very well. And there are a few crude drawings of various Enos beasts, but there's nothing that looks like what you've encountered.
Okay.
There is, however, a page where the corner is turned over, and it describes a creature from the world of dusk, known as the fur slug of dusk.
Okay.
Oh, we did have a. There is a
you
slug in the House of Horrors, isn't there?
There is a slug, a hairy slug, in the House of Horrors that was referred to as the fur dusk of slug, but this image of the fur dusk of slug doesn't look much like the fur dusk of slug in the House of Horrors. The one in the House of Horrors is about 1.5 feet long, and it's basically got fur on its back. This thing is entirely covered in hair and much bigger, and it's depicted rearing up in front of a man with a gun, and it's huge. It's about 8 foot tall, this worm, as it rears up, and it has a large fanged maw.
We really do with a bacon sandwich. Okay, so no sign of Mr. Wiley here. Shall we go and ask around, see if we can find him anywhere?
Is that
Yeah.
secret? Is that secret go for fun times of Dave?
That's his keyword for
Yeah.
beer
like-
sandwich.
Would you like a bacon sandwich?
Beer sandwich. I've got a character in my game. I'd love to do an African or Jamaican accent, but I daren't. You know, and every time I try, I keep veering off to fucking Russian or sometimes Welsh. Like Welsh is always on the horizon, like
Lurking in the background.
Yeah, it is. So, I suggest we maybe go ask around. I mean, someone must know where Wiley is.
Yeah, let's
And
do that.
it kind of smells in here. Let's
It
be honest.
It does smell in here. Okay, so
Let's head out. Shut the door behind us.
Okay.
Yeah. Do that.
Okay, where would you like to go?
So building number 3, we're not aware of what's in there, do we?
Nope.
Let's just go door to door for the moment, see if we can.
Number 3 then.
Let's just go door to door, see if we can find anyone who knows something.
Okay, so you
knock on door number 3. Yeah, go knock on the door.
So you knock on the door and you immediately hear a voice go, "Just one moment." And after a few moments, the door opens and there stands the red-skinned, horned figure of Yulia. She says, a new guest. Welcome to my home. Is there something I can help you with? And you notice before she was wearing like long elbow-length gloves and a bit of a sort of fancy dress. And at the moment, she's stripped down to sort of like a cheaper, sort of rougher dress. And her gloves are off, and you see her hands are like talons now that you can see them properly. And she seems to be drying her hands on a rag.
Huh.
We're trying to find the ringmaster, the old Wiley, they call him.
Wiley has gone up high on business. He will be back a little later before the show begins.
Okay.
Thank you, Leah. By the way, you look lovely tonight.
Well, thank you, but I can see that you are clearly trying to flatter me. I have had to clean the blood from my dress from earlier. And she points behind her, and you can see hanging in the middle of the room, still dripping, is the dress she was wearing.
I was not on about the dress, Yulia. I was on about you.
Oh. Make a fellowship test, please. Hang on. You might get a bonus to this. Let's have a look. Where's the reputation page?
14.
You must check the spreadsheet.
It's okay. I was just being nice.
No, you do not get a bonus to this.
Okay.
You should try and woo her away from Otto. I'll piss him off.
Right, here we go. Bonus has got it's just gonna do this first.
He's doing what? Sorry.
Was tongue out.
She says, "Why?" She still smiles at you. It seems like she's very well mannered. She can take a compliment. She says, "Why, thank you, but I'm sure you are just a flatterer. Quite charming."
I'm just gonna step in and I'm like, she knows which side the bread's buttered on, like that, because he's still a bit drunk. You know what I mean? So he's gonna do that. He's gonna say that, and then I'm gonna give her a bit of a wink again.
I'd like you to make a fellowship test as well, please. You get a plus for your drink.
10.
Yeah.
Oh, not quite as bad. Still bad.
Again, she
So
smiles
the
at you
charm
as well.
machine.
She says, nice to see you again. Otto, was it?
Yes, well remembered.
I have a good memory for names and faces.
Cheers.
Is there perhaps something I can help you with? I am left in charge during Mr. McCann's absence.
I was wondering if you'd like to go attend me on a date, my dear.
So were you going to say 10-pin bowling there for a sec?
I thought I was gonna say that.
Make a fellowship test, please.
Oh well. Five, failed.
She says,
no.
really? You came seeking Mr. McCann to ask for me to go on a date. He is not my keeper.
So we're on a mission, and maybe now isn't the time.
A mission, you say?
Yes. Yes. We told Canny we'd solve the mystery of the missing bird woman,
Oh,
and we have reason to believe that she has been killed, but we're trying to actually confirm this and work it all out and try and understand what happened.
why would you think she has been killed?
Keep finding bits of her everywhere.
Well, we found traces of her body inside the chamber with that creature. Let's call it a stealer. I don't know why. Let's call it a stealer. But yeah, and I don't think anyone could have lived inside a room with that stealer.
That beast. I told Wiley it would be no good, that it was dangerous. We have had incidents in the past with dangerous creatures getting loose from that place, and this one was foul and wild. I'd like you to make a fellowship test, please, Vinetta.
Who would be that stupid to bring a creature like that into the carnival?
Well,
Is it fellowship, you say? Sorry.
yeah.
I'm going to use a fate point here.
Okay.
Still no good.
She says, well, it
Not
was
renowned for my fellowship.
it was Paolo, Martiana's husband, who brought it here. I advised against keeping it, but Wiley said he foresaw a use for the thing. We reinforced the cage as best we could, but it seems it was not enough. The creature got out.
Certainly did.
Certainly did. I mean, it's a mystery how it got out. It's one of these mysteries. It may never be solved. Yes. Anyway, so well, I mean, I think you've already told us everything you can about Millie. But yes, we were just after Wiley because supposedly he was there when she died, at least according to Martiana.
This is what Martiana says. Wiley was there when Millie died. She knows Millie is dead.
Obviously, where have you taken Martiana to a cell? When do you intend to interrogate her?
She is currently under sedation in Doc Wilton's. I don't know if it was fear of the creature or something else, but she has been raving, ranting like a madwoman ever since the creature died. She despairs for its loss. It gives me great trouble. I wish to speak to Wiley about it myself, but I have yet to speak to him.
Sounds like she's under the creature's influence somehow. Do you know what a great devourer is?
The Great Devourer? No, I have never heard such thing.
No, me neither. But
Just
anyway,
perhaps Millie's neighbors may have some information you could ask them. Caton Crest and his young daughter, they live nearby to where Millie and Horace lived. They might know something. Not quite dead Abelard and Gorek, too. They live near the chasm. They
Not
used to
quite
play...
dead Abelard.
Yep. They used to play cards together, I think, Horace, Millie, and Abelard. But good luck getting any sense out of his companion, Gorek.
we've got Gorek, not quite dead, Abelard,
Mm-hmm.
who's not quite dead.
Caton, what's his name? Caton Kest and his daughter, Sasha.
Yes, and his daughter Sasha. And these all live in kind of around where. What was it? There was Kess, Garrick. Not quite dead Albard. There was one more, wasn't there?
Caton Kest and his daughter, Sasha. Mm-hmm.
Catorn. Well, you've been most helpful. I'll be sure to put in a good word with you with Kenny.
Thank you, but Kenny and I, we have never met before, and from what I hear,
We have met Kenny. You have met Kenny.
Oh, have we?
Sorry to pull you up, Dave. Yeah, because Kenny had like a mild crush on her before. She
Oh,
started
yeah,
talking in
yeah.
Transylvania. I can't remember when I saw her. But I have definitely seen her.
Yeah, you're right. It was when you first came back to relocate the mansion. He says, "Oh yes." I don't think Kenny knew her before that. That's why.
No. You're right there.
Yes, I have. I have met this Kenny. I have never seen him fight, though.
He can fight.
Forget it.
So
yes. He can fight.
I've heard he can rip the arms off an orc.
You should have seen him rip that spine out of the heretic. My God.
A spine from a heretic, you say?
Oh, sorry. No, I said too much.
Interesting. If you find Millie, please, or what happened to her, please do let me know. She was an interesting woman.
I have one more question.
Yes.
Have you eaten a worm burger over the last week?
I must confess, my tastes are a little more refined than...
well, maybe a slump dog.
I do not eat carnival food, my friend.
What do you eat? What do you eat?
Good question. Very, very observant.
She looks at you,
we
Otto.
want to know the answer?
She looks at you, Otto, and I would like you to make another fellowship test, please, with a +10 for your little drink bonus.
She's not going to tell me. No, not so.
I prefer live food.
Don't we all?
And she smiles as she says this, and you see she actually does have numerous, quite sharp-looking teeth that kind of curl back on themselves, back towards her, at the back of her jaw, sort of thing.
She's literally going to eat Otto, isn't she?
Who knows?
Hopefully.
Can we? She's got herself covered on that one.
What's up, everybody?
Well, she's already confessed having like lots of sexy times with Millie. So if we scanned the room and saw stuff, she could only.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really need to worry about it.
Eating her.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm so excited in the throes of passion. Bit a chunk out of her neck, and then realised she'd murdered her, but then had to feed the remains to the gene stealer, and what got left over got sent to the cat burger.
Possibly, it's a bit convoluted, but I know she said something about like Wiley saw her, like Wiley was there while she died, so like unless Wiley was actually watching them in the throes of passion.
Maybe.
What, jerking off?
Yeah.
Just gonna grab a beer.
That's why his room's so sweaty and horrible. It's probably got hidden cameras everywhere over the campsite.
Hold on, Johnny's the one who. No, sorry, Otto is the one who uses hidden cameras.
He is. He is. He's already admitted to it.
Just compiling detailed records of all our activities.
What's the dark thing on your plate, Johnny?
I've got proper food envy. I've got to be
sorry.
honest, Johnny. I mean, where's my platter? Where's my fucking platter? That's what I want to know.
I've eaten most of it already. Like, you know,
Proper platter envy. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, yeah. Sarah's amazing.
So, what are you doing now?
So
I think I'm
we'll-
head back to the mansion because I want to do a bit of research on this claw and just find out what it is, what it's from.
Otto, the mission isn't finished yet.
I would like to go and interrogate these other people for rubbish at asking anything.
Well,
Yeah,
why
we've got a few leads. We're going around the houses, so we've got a few leads. I think they're back towards where the mansion is anyway. But,
Yeah.
comms. You can always comms me. I'm only going to be doing a bit of research. You know what I mean?
Let's check the champion's hut before
enough,
we go.
Otto? Well, we're going back that way anyway. The champion's hut.
Mhm.
That's the Raph's hut.
Oh, that's the Raph's hut, is it? Let's not check that.
Well, I'll say it's the champion is the Raph at the minute. I think.
Yeah.
What was 6? What was building number 6?
You don't know. You've never been in it. It's just a plain. It's the largest building, obviously, but it's just a plain wooden building.
I'd like to go to building number 6.
We
Check
might
it
as well.
out. Go anywhere.
It's a good idea. We might as well have a look around and just scout the location out.
Okay.
If only to get rid of it from my list of investigations.
So it's a simple wooden building. There's no particular markings on it. There's no windows, but there is a single wooden door.
I'd like to go and try open the door.
Okay, the door opens. It is not locked.
They don't seem to lock the doors around here, do they?
Inside,
Steal from Cardi folk.
there are about 10 beds, quite crude wooden beds. Some are made, some are not, but the ones that aren't made aren't in quite the state that Wiley's was. They're just a little bit ruffled where someone's obviously got out. And at the foot of each bed is a wooden chest. Each one's different. They're not like military sort of foot lockers, but there's different assorted containers, boxes, kegs, things like that at the bottom of each bed. It looks like some sort of barracks, this.
Okay.
I'd like to open a chest at random.
Okay.
I'd like to ask Otter to do the aspects and do sweep for bird woman stuff.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Roll a d10 for me, please, Al. And Otto, if you want to sweep with your specs, give me a tech use test at +20.
I'd like to search chest as well. Am I right to D10 it?
Yeah, if you're just picking a random one, yeah.
Yeah. 4.
Okay, so Vanetta, in the chest you open, there is a few items of clothing. A spare pair of boots, some trousers, that sort of thing. A couple of pairs of underpants, not in the best quality. A few holes in them. They are clean. There's also a las gun. It's quite a low spec las gun. It's one of the most primitive las guns you've ever seen. It's the sort of thing you've seen the security of the Carnival carrying when they're walking around. You know that Jackson Strang on the gate, one of them did have a las gun, one of them had an auto gun when you first met them. There doesn't seem to be any clips for this las gun. Fairness, the crate that you look in is similar sort of thing. There's a few, odds and ends, personal items. There's a half a packet of IO sticks crumpled up in the bottom there, and a few bits of clothes. Nothing of interest.
Pack of IO sticks.
Okay, so you have an extra. It's not quite half. It's 7 IO sticks.
I'll add them onto my thing now.
Otto, you scan the room. You don't detect any particular signs of melee. There's nothing obvious. You do detect a few biological traces here and there in the beds, things like that. You know, sweat, the odd hair, the odd curly little pube, that sort of thing. But it's nothing untoward. It's exactly what you would expect to find in recently slept-in beds.
I won't bother taking an example.
What's
You
this?
think we'll find anything in here, people?
Well, it's worth a look, but I don't think there's. I think this is another dead end.
I do too.
I do. I feel like I'm ready to go back to the mansion. I think maybe we'll sleep on this and I'll come back with fresh eyes tomorrow.
Let's go to number 7.
Sure. While we're here, we might as well see what every building is.
Okay. So
I'd
as you
like
head
to
over
back
to
my
this
own
building,
things.
Sorry, missed that, Hayden.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying I got a free pack of fire sticks. So I'm quite happy.
as you approach this building, you can smell a strong smell of like counterseptics. It smells a bit like the infirmary back in the mansion. You can also hear screams and moans of pain coming from inside, and you can hear a voice of someone muttering as well.
Oh, let's go and check it out.
So we're not.
I'm going to go in. I think the people here. The people here. They need my help.
I'll have my hand on my pistol. I'll have my hand on my pistol as going. So,
Otto, may I have the medical servo skull back in my control?
yes, of course. Oh, transfer now.
Shall we link again, Otto?
So
well,
as you were
can't get enough of me.
As you take control of the servo skull,
You do have a magnetic personality, Otto.
I would like you to make a willpower test, please.
Well, that's 100. I'm going to re-roll that.
Oh, your head explodes.
Still a fail, but it's no longer 100.
Transferred into zero. Your body slumps to the floor.
I don't like introducing this rule when it applies to me, you know.
Okay, so you do take control of the servo skull, but I would like you to roll a D100, please. 12. Okay, so you take control of this servo skull. And as you're walking along, you suddenly realise the servo skull has just stopped.
So, for the Emperor's sake, I'm going to walk up to it and just start flicking it a bit and make an evaluation.
It appears to still be powered up. Make an awareness test. Okay. Yeah, it seems to be powered up, but for some reason, it's either that it can't see you, or it's confused because it's just switched user twice in a couple of hours. That's your obvious assessment. There's nothing obvious to see physically about it.
I'm going to say, fine, I'll do it myself, and I'll head inside.
Okay. You head inside this room, and inside there are 2 or 3 tables and a couple of beds, and it is like a much more primitive infirmary. It doesn't have all the high-tech equipment that Dr. Pench's place has. This is very old style, saws, knives, syringes, things like that. Strapped down to the bed at the far wall is the form of Martiana Hampton from the House of Horrors, and she appears to be unconscious. On another bed is the Carney you saw earlier, the one that survived the attack, that was wounded, its arm taken by the Gene Stealer. And he's strapped down too, and he's thrashing and screaming, and you see this form of this man working on the stump of the arm.
I'd like to walk up to him and say, may I assist?
Where are we? He turns and looks at you, and he's quite an elderly gentleman, this guy. And his eyes look cloudy. He's got a bit of a scraggly beard, a few teeth missing as he grins at you and he peers at you, trying to see who you are. And he goes, Marique, is that you, girl?
I'm going to say, yes, Marique.
Since when do you get so big, Marique? Yeah, you could help if you want. You think you can? And he's trying to. You see, he's trying to sew like a patch of some sort of flesh over the stump, and he's making a right pig's ear of it. And you see as well his hands.
Probably a slice of Ricci.
His hands are fucking shaking really badly. You also notice that his left hand, he's quite badly bruised on one arm. Like he's got a really large bruise all the way up his arm, and it's purple and red and yellow and all sorts of colours. And one of his fingers appears to be broken as well, as he's trying to sew this piece of skin over this wound.
I'm going to say, please, allow me.
If you think you can do it, Marique, you ain't been practicing too long, but my eyes and hands ain't what they used to be. But please, and he hands you the needle and thread, sort of shaking as he does.
Sure, I'm going to take over on this fine doctor.
Okay. So, would you like to give me a Medicaid test, please?
So his eyeballs shut.
Roll 100. You sew his urethra closed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you do a pretty good job. You're still quite new to this medical malarkey. It's a skill you began to learn on your journey to Desoleum. But yeah, you make a pretty good job of sewing it up, and he peers at it. He's like, I think you were. He reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a really big, thick set of glasses and holds them up for a second. He goes, well, Marique, you gone done a real good job there. Oh my God, you're not Marique. Who the hell are you people? And he stumbles back away from you in alarm.
No cause for alarm. No cause for alarm. I'm afraid of cannies.
Oh, you're a friend of Candy's. Well, that makes it different. I suppose you wanting some healing. Has he been chopping fingers off people or something? And he starts looking at your hands and things
I'm
like that.
I'm going to say, quite possibly. I don't know. Have we had healing? Can we have healing? I don't know. I think I've already had healing, so I'm not sure.
You have had you've had psychic healing, haven't you?
Yeah, did I have normal healing from Otto or something?
You did. You had some off the servo skull, didn't you, to stop you bleeding?
So. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I can have healing or not, but if I can, I'll.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this doctor seems fine. I'd go for a heal off him.
Yeah, I don't think you can actually have any healing at the minute.
So I don't know about these other two.
Could use a fate point to get some health wounds back.
I've used both my fate points.
I don't know what wounds I'm on. What did I take any?
I'm on one.
You're not full. Nobody's full.
Yeah, he seems fine to me. Fairness. Why don't you?
I need 3. So yeah, I'll have some healing if that's all right.
This ain't just some open clinic. This is just a place for the Carnival folk. You folks shouldn't even be back here. How'd you get back here? I don't understand. And the security guard is wounded. Goes, Doc, they're all right. They're Kenny's mates. They're staying here for now. And he looks at you and goes, cheers, love. That's much better. And then he sort of gives a bit of a sidelong glance at the doc. He said, "Oh, you're Canny's friends. Well, why didn't you say? Well, you sit yourself down, son." And he gets his glasses, and he's like, he starts peering at various parts of Theranos, but obviously you're still fully clothed, and he's just looking round at bits of you, going, "I don't see nothing too obvious here."
All right.
Can I assist him, please?
I don't think you can see anything.
Yeah.
I'd like to make.
So Theranos hasn't got a lot of damage, just a few scrapes and cuts and bruises. But if you wanted to point them out to the doc, you can do that.
I'll assist him, please.
I've got a boo-boo.
Okay, he looks you over for a bit, and he sort of goes, "Oh yeah, it's nothing too bad." He shuffles over to his his table, and he begins to sort of drag a few bits and pieces. And you see him pick up some powder of some description in a little bowl and pour it into a little vial, and he mixes in a few little bits of leaves and some little things that look like slices of black olives. And he mixes this all together for a few moments. Then he comes over and he just starts smearing it on the places where you've got a few cuts and bruises.
You've now got AIDS.
You can't beat a good bit of AIDS humour, can you?
Bit of space AIDS.
AIDS.
I mean, it's comedy gold.
So he heals you for. You say you're only missing 2 wounds?
3.
3. You are fully healed.
Oh, yes. Brilliant.
It appears that his techniques are more herbal, traditional. There's less high-tech equipment here, but he does seem to know what he's doing, Venetta, and you're quite impressed. You think perhaps you could maybe learn some alternative ways of treating wounds from this gentleman, but he just seems a bit old. His eyesight's obviously not good, maybe a bit senile, but yeah, you wouldn't want any major wounds tending by this guy. You know, he's all right for the odd. He might be good for if you get diarrhea or if you have a few scrapes and bumps. That'd be about it.
So if a bionic eye turns up, we might come and see this guy again. But okay, so what about you, Otto? Are you well, Otto?
I need healing, if possible. That'd be good.
Yeah, I don't think you were healed, were you either? You're quite badly wounded, aren't you? What are you on?
I think I'm on 5 wounds out of 13.
5 wounds out of 13. Okay, so you would be heavily wounded. Okay, so he looks you over as well. You're a little bit more battered. You've got some tears in your clothes, and he does sort of start cleaning them up a bit with a bit of help from Venetta. And at one point, there's like a nasty gash on your arm, and he just sort of pinches the flesh together, reaches into a drawer, and brings out this small insect with massive mandibles, and it just clamps onto the flesh, like holds the wound shut. And he says, "Now you leave that alone for a few hours. It'll just fall off when it dies, and then that wound will be nicely healed." And he's going to make a little roll for you. And he doesn't do a very good job. He heals you 1 wound.
Okay. Thank you, I think.
The security guard is watching all this, and he says, I hear you people killed that beast that did this to my arm."
Well, Otto did.
I finished it off, yes. I delivered the coup de grace. It was nearly a trouble picture. It is put down.
Oh, well done. I wish I'd have got me hand on it myself, but yeah.
I lift my hand up to high-five him. And then I go...
Make a fellowship roll.
+10, isn't it?
Yeah.
So gonna fuck it up.
He just sort of glares at you. He doesn't look very impressed with your attempt at humour at all.
Well, we were happy to give you a hand.
I would like you also to make a fellowship roll, please.
Best start.
Yeah. He says, "Fucking hell, I'm going to have to put up with this sort of fucking comment for years, ain't I? Fucking bastard, fucking Paolo Martiano, fucking Hampton, pair of fucking cunts."
You just got to grab hold of it and make it your own.
I mean, if you will take a wanking accident, then
Is that your preferred hand armor?
Poor guy.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've perhaps done as much here as we can. Shall we move on?
No, we haven't. I would like to try and make a deceive roll to the man, to the doctor. Even though I'm terrible at it, and go, Wiley asked us to see if we got any more bird woman left here. What's it, Millie? If there's any more Millie left here, There's got some things to feed.
Give us a roll then, if you're trying to deceive.
I don't know it's cert, but
Or
It'll be half fellowship, I would imagine.
Yeah.
yeah, I've
Do
done
it again.
nothing anyway. I'll be doing it on a 14, I think. Oh yes, here we go. Minus 50 now, say, because I was rounded down. Oh no, minus 50. Baz. Oh, almost.
The doc says, Millie? What, the bird woman? What are you talking about anymore? What now? And the security guard pipes and says, Hey, what you saying about Millie? You fucking making jokes about poor Millie? She's gone missing, you know, you fucking arsehole.
Well, we're looking for her right now.
Not in here, you fucking aren't.
She's missing.
We think she's dead.
I would like both of you two to make a fellowship test, please. Oh, hang on.
Does not compute.
Yeah, straight fellowship test.
Straight fellowship. No.
Okay.
How many fate points I got? 3 with fairness.
2.
2. Oh, let's save that then.
You haven't used any yet, have you?
No, I haven't.
No. Okay.
You never know.
Right. He says, well, if she's missing, then you better get out there and fucking find her, ain't you? And stop fucking about in here.
I mean, he does make a good point.
Well, you do make a fair point. But we're just checking everywhere, and that's why we're here. See you later.
He says, you know, if I weren't in such a fucking state, I'd give you an end, wouldn't I?
Oh, well, here's a round of applause for you, mate. I'm off.
Yeah. I hear Kenny's trying to arm the carnival.
Give me another fellowship test.
Oh, did I really say that out loud?
I don't mind them. They mean no harm.
Yes. Let's be away from here. And I wish you very well in your recovery.
Yeah.
He says, yeah, I heard Canny was bringing in some weapons. Yeah, clearly the joke is completely lost on him.
No,
okay. Oh, let's be out way with here before we drown in puns.
Okay. So where would you like to go next?
Well, back, I guess.
Yeah, I think back to where we began, the little settlement around the mansion. I think Otto wants to go off to the mansion. And we might do a little talking to the neighbours.
Yeah, I'm gonna head back to the mansion.
I've got the worst fellowship rolls ever. Oh, apart from Arnie.
I want to do some research on the mystery bit.
Let's interrogate a ship. Should have just gone and intimidated the ship.
Right, let me just put you boys here. All right, so you wander back into this familiar area. Just do that. There we go. Okay. Dirty Ken isn't there anymore. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. You can hear the sounds of life from various buildings. The building. So this is the alleyway where you come from the carnival. The building that's blacked out there. You do hear sound of clinking crockery coming from in there. Yeah. What would you like to do?
I guess we go room to room. We start asking about these leads that we have.
Okay.
So, I mean, there's a room right next to us, so sorry, a house right next to us, so we'll try there first, I guess.
Okay. Are you knocking at the door?
Somebody's knocking at the door. It's Vanetta Calamere.
Just let me find
Bananas knocking at the door.
Somebody's ringing the bell.
Okay, so you knock at the door, and after a few moments, you hear the sound of crockery being put down, and you hear a voice go, just hang on a minute, girl. I'll see who it is. And the door opens. And inside, you see a man and a young girl. The young girl sort of peeks round the older male figure a bit nervously. You can see she's drying a plate with a dirty rag.
He looks like the peasant version of me.
It looks like they've just finished washing up after a bit of lunch. The guy that stands at the door, though, looks you up and down and says, "Oh, hello. You're the new neighbours, yeah?" And
Yeah.
he's got quite a pot belly. He's like just wearing trousers. He's got quite a pot belly, and his abdomen seems to writhe constantly, as though there's something beneath his skin moving. Also, as he breathes in and out, he has sort of frills up the side of his neck that seem to flutter in time with his breath.
We're friends of Kenny. We're just
Yeah.
doing an investigation. We're looking for the missing bird woman, Millie.
Well, yeah, Millie, yeah. Live across the chasm there, and he points to the north where there's this vast, deep chasm that seems to be bottomless. And he points up the opposite wall, and you can see the cave there that Horace flew to get you the feather before. He says, "Yeah, we've been neighbours for quite a few years, ain't we, girl?" And the young girl behind him just looks at you wide-eyed, going, just nodding her head, and she seems to be fixating on Vanetta's augments that are on the side of her neck, and her hand. She seems to be staring at them. And he says, "Yeah, she's been missing a few days, hasn't she?"
Do you know anything about it?
Well, I would like you to make a fellowship test, please. Fairness at +10. You are still fatigued, though, so it'll be a straight fellowship test.
Okay, fellowship, straight. I could do fairness. This is your time to shine. Yes.
Nice. He says, "Well, yeah, she used to come home quite late, you know, after the rest of the carny folk were kicked out of the carnival. She was always the last one home. Stays behind after closing, I think, doing something with old Wiley. But I don't really know what." Hang on, where's my pen? There's my pen. Says, "Her and Horace have been having a few troubles, you know, the weekly card games and that we've been having. Yeah, they ain't been going too well. Them two just kept arguing all the time. Been having some problems. I don't like to pry, you know."
Oh, thank you. Very informative. Have you been keeping all right? Have you been keeping all right yourself here?
Yeah,
Life
me and my
happy for
girl.
yourself?
Me and my girl, we get by all right, you know. I help out around the carnival and that when I can. Yeah, not bad.
Do you smoke, Mr. Kest?
Yeah, I do.
Here's an IO stick. I go past him an IO stick. Few troubles, mate.
He reaches into a pocket, pulls out a lighter, lights it, and he nods at you and says, "Thanks." And after lighting it, he just wedges it into one of these frills in the side of his neck. And as he's stood there chatting, you know, the smoke's coming out of his mouth.
So, tell us more about this card game.
I'm going to ask him for a light and have one of mine myself.
Okay. Yeah, he hands you the lighter.
Vanessa's going to take out the pack of IO sticks in her pocket. She's going to play with them for a little bit, and then she's going to put them back.
Okay. Just a second. I've got a piece of paper somewhere that I need, and I can't find it. Says, "Oh, you know, we play Usual thing, dead man's fingers. Just friendly. No money or anything. We just share a few tokens. And he points over to a shelf in his room where you can see a pile of bottle tops. He says, it's just a friendly game. We just sit and have a chin wag and that, usually once a week. But like I say, we haven't been doing it for a few weeks now.
That's a shame to hear.
That's a shame.
It is.
What a pity.
Pity. Maybe I could come round later and you could teach me how to play this game.
Well, yeah, always looking for
Another
new
day.
partners. Yeah, definitely. Say if you want some help looking for Millie, I'm not a bit of a loose end. I can come give you an end.
Yeah.
What do you bring to the party?
He says, well, I know everyone, don't I?
Well, that is something.
That'd be great. Thanks, Kess.
Just Catan, please. Call me Catan. No need for such formality.
Catan.
Oh, where have I put that? I've lost a page. It's really annoying me.
My name's Fezzer.
Fezzer.
Everyone calls him Fezzer.
Yeah. Fair enough, Fezzer.
Fez.
Fez.
Right, hang on. I'm determined to find this particular note that I have on something.
Called Fezster.
Just give me a second. Vanetta, make a willpower test.
That would be my pleasure.
Pass. The world fades to grey. The gentleman before you is suddenly dressed in a sharp-looking suit. He leans casually against the doorframe, the cigarette sticking from the corner of his mouth, and he flicks a coin up and down in his hand. He says to you, yeah, that broad Millie. Seen her around a few times. That's a fine piece of ass. Colour returns to the world, and Catan Kest stands as he did before, his pot-belly writhing, smoking a cigarette sticking out of the frills in his neck.
Yeah. Yeah. Did anyone else? Was there a? No. Never mind. Yes. Thank you. Please come with us. Any help in our investigation would be most appreciated.
Okay.
Don't mind us, Carton. Like, she stares into space now and again.
He said, yeah, you seem to go a little somewhere then, girl. Anyway, and he turns to the girl behind him and says, now you stay here, you be a good girl, you practice on your letters, yeah? And she just nods, still staring at you, Vanetta, and then he steps out, closes the door behind him. He says, right, so where next then?
Well, perhaps you. There's a few people that we have to eliminate from our investigation. Not quite dead Alband. Do you know who he is?
Abelard, not quite dead Abelard. Yeah,
Abelard. Yes. Abelard.
Bit of a pet name that. You'll see why.
Why?
Yeah.
Why is he not quite dead?
Well,
Mostly dead.
Mostly dead.
I think it's best for you to see rather than explain. I mean, I'm no doctor. I don't know what's up with him. I mean, he's all right. He's a decent guy. He's friendly enough and all that. He's just, he's a bit strange to look at, and don't mention the smell. He gets a bit touchy about it,
No. He's okay. Well, he's the first person we like to speak to.
Well, come on then, this way. And he leads you over to this building here, and he reaches out to knock on the door, and then he stops and says, one more thing. Abelard is a sensitive soul. He's easily upset. Now, he's never going to hurt no one. He's harmless. But he lives with a chap called Gorek, right? Now, Gorek Gorek's not too bright, and he tends to react. How can we put this? He's very protective of Catan, very protective of Abelard. So if I was you, don't upset Gorek, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, we're not here to upset anybody.
Right, good. There's a bloody daddy longlegs in here, and it's doing my head in.
I've been getting attacked by one too.
I had one yesterday. I had one yesterday that was griefing me. It's like, do you want to die, Daddy Longlegs? Is that what you want?
So he knocks at the door, and after a few moments, you hear a sound like a dong, dong, behind the door, and you hear.
Fairness, I volunteer you to have.
Am I still with them at this point? Have I got my
Volunteer me to do
Yeah.
The door. Speak to him.
I've
The door
got least
opens.
skills here. I will try my best.
The door opens, and a man stands there who's a bit sort of slumped over. One side of his face is sagging, one eye is missing, and it's just a ragged hole of flesh, and there's flies buzzing around him. There seems to be rotting parts of his face and the exposed skin, and the smell is horrific. It smells like a months-old corpse. He's very pale, and he drags one leg behind him as he steps back from the door and goes, Dawn. Good day, my friend. Catan says, all right, Abelard, these are Canny's mates. They're looking for Millie. And not quite dead Abelard, who basically resembles a sentient zombie, looks you up and down and goes, seen you renting the house, yes. Then another noise, and you hear this thudding boom as something moves in the darkness of the house behind him, behind not quite dead Abelard. This must be Gorek. I would like you all to make a fear test at -20. Yeah.
What's that got rolled on? Sorry.
Willpower.
Oh,
Fails all round.
No, I've got a 2. Oh no, I don't have a 2. That's my last roll.
Oh, that was your last one, yeah.
Yeah. I wish it was a 2.
I'm going to use a fate point to re-roll that if I have.
I believe you do have one, yeah.
Yeah, I will.
That's your only one.
I'm going to try the same actually.
Okay.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, I thought, wow, I'd rolled 2 twice in a row. No, you didn't, Alan.
No, it's a bit worse.
Yeah, well played, Johnny. So
I've seen worse.
Vanetta, roll a d5.
Uno.
You gain 1 insanity point.
Mhm.
You are at a -10 to all skills for now.
Jesus, what the fuck is that?
I would like to roll a d100, please.
Shouldn't laugh.
I said Jesus, I meant Drusus. 78.
Oh dear.
High numbers are good, right?
No.
Yeah?
No, roll a d5. You
4.
gain another 4 insanity points as you faint at the sight of this creature. Fairness, I would like you. You are also at another -10. So you're now -20 to everything.
Yay!
I'd like you to roll.
Scared.
I'd like you to roll a D100, please.
Okay. 20.
And a D5.
Is it /RD5?
Yep.
Unrecognized command. Okay. Try again. /R space D5. Yeah, there we go.
No.
You take 1 insanity point, and you reel back in shock, begin to back away from the sight of this creature. You cannot willingly approach this creature, but can otherwise act normally. And you gain another insanity point, so that's 2 insanity points in total.
Okay, I'll put them on.
Okay.
Dave,
Yeah.
I've reached 10 insanity points.
Oh dear.
Milestone.
The milestone.
The craziness woman.
In that case, I would like you to. You are now classed as unsettled. I would like you to make a trauma test, which is a willpower test with a +10.
Why did we have to open this door?
You're fine. Vanetta, you have gained no mental disorders as a result of this, but you are going to be out for a minute or so, just, unconscious on the floor in fear. And this creature strides forward towards the door. So let me just... So Abelard's sort of here at the door. Gorek has moved in behind him. And what you see is this gigantic creature, bulging with muscles and a thick, scaly skin. And it moves very slow. And it has multiple sets of what look like antlers growing out of its head at all different strange angles. And very long ears, almost like donkey ears with tufts coming out of them. And then another set of smaller human ears right on the top of its head. Its skin looks rock hard and covered in tiny spines. And it just looms over Abelard's shoulder at the three of you and goes... And Abelard turns and goes, "Don't worry." No, he doesn't. He goes, "Gorek, calm yourself. These are guests of the carnival." Gorek just carries on glaring. And he says, "Millie, the bird woman, yes?"
Yes, indeed.
Not seen her for a few days.
When did you last see her? And where was she when you saw her?
I would like to make a fellowship roll, please. Otto?
Still the plus? Oh.
Is it 4 days ago? Saw her on her way into the carnival just before opening time. Last time I saw her.
She seem normal to you? Did she seem agitated or in any way was her behaviour unusual to your eyes?
Just a second, I've just realised something.
Dave, my character wouldn't know this, but is Gorok a scaly?
You've no idea what.
I wouldn't know it.
Is. No,
okay.
None of you have any idea what Gorok is.
I was just wondering if it came for.
He's nothing. He's nothing in particular. He's something Gorok. I've created. He's just Gorok. Yeah.
He's Gorok.
Another mystery beast.
Yep. What did you ask again? Sorry. Was she acting normally? That's what you asked, wasn't it? Yeah. He says, "Well, as normal, she hangs around after the show. Doesn't come home when the others leave the carnival. something to do with security sweeps, looking for stragglers from the air, I believe. She's been doing that the last 2 or 3 years, I think. Started just after Horace was wounded. Their show wasn't as good anymore, so Millie found other work. And yeah, must have been about the time that Sid was punished, I imagine. Yes.
Oh,
Forgive my ignorance, Sid. And who is Sid, and for what was he punished?
Make another fellowship test, please. Venetta, make a willpower test. Oh no, you're unconscious. Don't worry about it.
You're wrong.
I'm going to ask him from over there. Do you want an IO stick, Abelard?
Hang on, let me just deal with Johnny first.
Okay.
Says, yeah, Sid used to work in the carnival. Yeah, Wiley had him strung up in the arena, let the beasts eat him.
Oh, right.
Said it was a lesson on betrayal. Don't know what Sid did then. Still don't want to know neither.
Oh, obviously some sort of betrayal. Yeah. Well, you don't. There's a code of honour that needs to be observed in any place, isn't there? So, if somebody breaches that, then it's clearly a good idea to make an example of them. Prevent anything like that from happening again. Keep things, keep the balance short. An eye for an eye.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I suppose so. And he reaches out and he takes the IO stick that you offer him, Theranos, and just
I've done it. The steps immediately back.
Yeah,
proper shitting myself.
all this time. Gorek is just lurking behind Abelard, just going.
Does your friend smoke at all? Abelard?
Nah, Gorek, he don't really do nothing like that. No.
Oh, fair enough. He seems like a nice chap. He's got a very friendly demeanour.
He just sort of looks back over his shoulder at Gorek and says, "Gorek's all right. He can't help being what he is, can he? After all."
Can any of us? I'm just
he just lights his cigarette. As he lights his cigarette, a little bit of his lip just goes, bloop, just drops off. You're like,
nice touch.
I'm going to nip round the corner.
Well, what was your
throw up?
I was going to say, I'm just like, what was your relationship with the bird lady, Millie? Did she ever speak to you at all about anything?
Yeah, I mean, we were neighbours, We'd say hello and chat every now and then, but I didn't know her too well.
No.
I tend to keep to myself, But the way I look at it, it tends to upset the punters. So me and Gorek, we stay here.
That is a terrible stuff. So at least you've got Gorek to keep you company.
Yeah, he's not much company though. He doesn't say much really, and Gorek just stands behind him going.
Lovely stuff. Well, I don't know if we're going to get anything from here. I've got the. We've still got servo scores, haven't we?
Yeah.
Well, one of them wasn't working. I don't know if the other one. I don't know if it started working yet.
Anyway, we could send that servo score around the back and get it to peer in and try and make a scan.
Yeah, so you've got that one, I think, Johnny, the Auspex one.
Yeah, you've still got the Auspex one.
Can I just subtly scan for out of their line of sight for any other life forms?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of windows into this building.
Yeah,
you could scan through them. Give me a tech use test.
+20, isn't it? Still.
Yeah.
So.
Sorry. Yeah, that is right.
Yeah. So,
Okay, so you don't detect anything live in the room, any biosigns other than Gorek and not quite dead Abelard. It seems that you can sort of get a bit of a bio reading from them. Abelard doesn't appear to have a heartbeat. He seems to be decomposing like he genuinely is a corpse, but he doesn't seem to have died. Gorek, you get a little bit of a bio sort of sign off him. His heartbeat is ridiculously slow and powerful. It's like one beat every 10 or 15 seconds. But
wow.
he is like ridiculously fucking. It's like a boom on the Auspex. You can see the little trace spiking off the top of the screen. But you don't get any medical readouts of them to, tell what they are exactly.
Hmm.
I'm going to say to Abelard, I'm going to say, are you okay?
He looks at you. Make a fellowship test, please, Venetta. He says,
Does not compute.
"Yes, love, I'm fine, thank you. Why?"
But there was just a bit missing from. No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, yeah. Don't worry about it. It happens all the time. I mean, one of these days, I'll probably completely fall to bits. It's what you get, I suppose, for being not quite dead.
And how did how did it
Find yourself.
did you I mean it's nice weather that we're having, isn't it?
Weather? It's always the same down here. What you fucking talking?
Yes, quite. Yes, quite.
You'll have to forgive my friend. He's not used to interacting with the public as I am.
Did you want to take over, Otto?
Yeah, yes, that would be nice. You have a lie down.
Well, I was probably unconscious anyway, but never mind.
But, yeah. So, how did you find yourself in this not quite dead state, to Abelard?
Make a fellowship test.
Oh, again, terrible roll. If you don't mind me asking.
He says, "Well, a few years back, I fell in the lake. Yeah,
All right, yeah.
started to dissolve my flesh. They pulled me out, and they thought I was dead. Old Doc Otter, he seemed a bit concerned. He kept saying I was dead. Why was I speaking and moving about when I was dead? And I just said, I don't know, Doc. You're the fucking Doc. And he went, it don't make no sense. And anyway, he said if he ever got the equipment, he'd do some tests, but he never did. But he said it might be something due to my unique mutation or something.
Unique mutation.
That's the one, yeah, mutation. Yeah.
All right. And what is if you don't mind me asking, you can see my unique mutation quite plain. What is your special power?
It appears that I don't die.
Oh wow, that is a remarkable power.
It's really not. It's really not that good. It's like my dick fell off 6 months ago, and now when I go for a piss, it just goes everywhere. I've lost 6 of my toes. Some of my organs have fallen out my arse. It's not particularly convenient at all. It's not useful. It's not like I'm indestructible. I'm just slowly rotting away.
I would recommend that you don't go in the lake of poison.
Well, that's very good advice, miss. Thank you very much for that. If only I'd have known that 6 months ago when the scaffold collapsed and I fell in.
That's it. Well, I think we've. It's been lovely to talk to you, Mr. Abelard. With regards to business, what is your relationship to Wiley McCann, Mr. McCann?
Well, you know, he lets us live here, you know, with all the other freaks and weirdos. I mean, I don't really do much. There's not a lot I can do, but Wiley lets us stay here for free. Gorek's, well, good at lifting stuff. So, you know, when there's something big and heavy needs lifting, he lifts it and moves it.
Well, he looks very strong.
Is he good at killing?
How dare you, miss? Gorek would never hurt a fly, would you? And Gorek just continues going. And then he turns back, looks straight at you, Vanetta, and says, "Don't mention killing. Gorek don't like killing."
Yes. I mean, I didn't mean it. But yes. Okay.
Do you mean lifting for that? Lift.
Yes. Quite. Yes. Quite.
I thought
that's exactly what I meant.
I thought what you meant that it'd look great in the arena.
No, he's not. He's not a fighter, Gorek. He's got a gentle soul, ain't you? And he pats Gorek on the arm.
I only thought that he was good at spilling. That's what I meant.
Spilling? I mean, yeah, he's knocked a few things over. He is a bit clumsy, ain't you, Gorek?
Well, this has been a most educational visit. I do hope you can get some help with your little problem. Looking at it like just look down. Perhaps a surgically attached stump dog with could be useful for you as a directional device. I'll see if I've got anything from my inventory that I can help him with to assist his peeing.
I might need to make him a
prosthetic cock.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the word combination I was looking for, sir.
If you're going to make a prosthetic cock, it has to be massively oversized.
You should get completely
made of titanium.
Yeah. Well, you need to stop him rotting. You need to embalm him and cover him like a mummy first.
I've got an anti-radiation.
Give him a rad tab. That'll cheer him up.
Rad tab. I'm just going to reach into my bag and pull out the fan. Do you know anything about? Do you know anything about this?
He's showing him what? Sorry.
Jeans arm.
He looks it up and down. And says, "The fuck is that?"
Oh, it's just an arm from Strange Beast. Got loose earlier on from the House of Horrors.
We're calling it a stealer. It's just a working name, until we find out what it's really called.
Yeah, if you stole its way out of its cage.
I don't know nothing about that. I don't go in the House of Horrors. It's fucking weird, that place. I don't like it.
Yes, it's very strange, isn't it? It's very strange. In a place full of strange sights. It's probably one of the strangest places I've been.
Well, main reason I don't like it is, three-armed Colin.
What about Three-armed?
Well, he's just a fucking cunt, isn't he? Like, he doesn't say.
That's the beat on the street. Yes.
He doesn't say nothing, but like he goes round writing rude graffiti about people.
How do you know this?
Because I caught him, didn't I?
Did you?
Yeah.
What was he writing?
He was writing on the side of the house saying "rotten Abelard" and he called Gorek fat as well.
Gorek is fat.
Vanetta, hey.
Sorry.
Gorek
Otto, will you please take over, Otto?
Gorek isn't. He's just loads of muscle, but he's glaring at you, Vanetta, as you say Gorek, but he doesn't seem to react to being called fat. And Abelard looks at you really quickly and says, "Careful."
Don't think we've. Well, I'm very sorry to take the time, Mr. Abelard, and you, Mr. Gorek. We're going to take our leave. You've been most helpful.
Enjoy the cigar.
Yeah, thanks. All right. Catch you later, Katorn. Katorn says, yeah, all right. Abelard, Gorek, catch you later. And Abelard shuts the door and you hear him behind the door, just for a moment, you hear a voice that goes, "Brains."
I'm gonna turn to Farron to say, "What the fuck was that?"
That was Mr. Aberdard.
Honestly,
I'm just going to stroll down like I'm not saying anything strange at all.
I don't know, but it made me chuck up my hot dog. I think that might be the beer too. I was not prepared to see that.
We shouldn't have gone there. We shouldn't go back.
Never again.
Yeah, so you
what goes on behind closed doors should sometimes stay behind closed doors.
I'm
Baroness
starting to
of
wonder
Veneta.
why did we bring the mansion here? This is a terrible place.
Baroness and Veneta, you have now lost the -10 for fear. Now you've been removed from the source of your fear.
I think I could do with a recap, to be honest, in some civilized setting. Head back to the mansion and corroborate the data we've got.
Catan says, "Well, if you fancy a drink," and he says, "Old Babbitt Pouse's place is just round the corner."
Who?
Oh,
Do they sell recap?
Babbitt? Who?
Yeah. Babbitt Pouse. She can do your recap. She's got a few beers and that, you know. You never know what you're going to get with her. I don't know where she gets most of her stock, but it's just over here. And he walks to the corner and he points down to the southwesternmost building that you can see on the map.
Let's go to it.
Babbitt and House.
Oh. Babbitt Pouse.
Babbitt Pouse.
Yep.
Pow.
Okay, I'll move this little black. No, I won't, because I've just pressed the random key. And here you go. You push open the door. Catan comes in with you. Inside, you see a group of the mercs that you've seen a few times now, drinking. They all turn and look at you for a moment. You also see... Where is he? The fucking leader guy's disappeared. There's a guy that you've seen talking to Yulia and various other people. I don't think you've met him yet. I don't think you know his name, but he's also there. And he's stood holding a mug of something. The rest of the mercs are sat down, but he's stood here at the end of the bar, leaning against the bar, and he sort of turns and looks at you, gives you a nod. Everyone make a perception check. Awareness, sorry. I think I'm playing D&D again. Okay. Yeah, all the mercs and their leaders seem to all eye you as you walk in. You know, the practiced eye of people weighing people up, seeing if they're trouble, that sort of thing. Behind the bar is a woman. Her skin is slightly blue. And she looks at you and nods at you as you come in.
I'll nod back, and head up to the bar with confidence of somebody that's just shot a stealer in the head.
Okay.
And I'll be like, can I have some recap? Do you sell recap here, my love?
She nods at you.
Oh, fantastic. Can I have anybody else for a recap?
Oh, yeah, I could do with a recap.
I certainly need a recap.
3 recaps, please.
Catan says, could I trouble you for recap as well, please, Babbitt? And she nods.
Allow me to get this. You've been most helpful to our investigation.
Oh. Thanks very much. And she begins to make the recap. All the tables except one have people sat at. There's only 2 chairs. Catan heads over to this device here, begins fiddling with it. You see him press a few buttons, and after a few moments, a jaunty tune comes on. And when I say jaunty, I mean... Veneta, the world fades to grey. I would like you to make a willpower test.
Would you know?
I want one of his mercs as my Arnikai. He's got a big muscle machine gun.
Otto,
Yes.
I would like you to make a willpower test.
Any reaction, Johnny? Sorry.
Point.
Oh, bullets have done it again.
Otto, the world fades to grey. Otto and Vanetta, the place you're in seems to change. It becomes a smoky, dimly lit bar. Everyone's wearing nice dresses and fancy suits. And you hear a voice, both of you, in your head, and it says, Sid. They said something about Sid. Who was he? Why was he punished? What had he done? This seems new. This seems important. It seems whatever Sid was punished for and what Millie was up to, staying late in the carnival, might be linked. Oh. The music changes. The colour returns to the world. The music's more like this. For some reason, I can't hear the music. Anyway, it sounds a bit like that. I'm gonna turn that off, or it'll get annoying.
All right.
That's all right.
Okay.
So enjoyed it.
I think if you're going to put it in your Roll20, you should play it, Dave.
Yeah, it's all right. I'll leave it on.
You got to put it in.
Is it too loud?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Great
so-
ambient.
Babbitt's busy getting the recap. Anything you like to do while you're waiting?
Have you got any sugar or cream? Recreate.
She just holds up a finger and she assembles the cups, pours out the recap for all four of you, and she does put in something sort of might be cream of some kind. It's probably best not to think about where it comes from.
I'll just go.
It's
Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice. It's Beetlejuice, is what it is.
I like mine black. Don't worry. Don't worry about me.
And she pushes over the four recaps to you. Katorn heads over, takes his.
How much will that be?
She holds up. She holds up two fingers.
Phone. Okay, no worries.
And as you give her the money, she smiles, and just for a brief moment, her tongue licks out, and it's a thick black tongue. Almost looks like a leech in her mouth, and it kind of just licks around her mouth for a moment and goes back in as she takes the thrones from you.
You're welcome.
Seems lovely.
Well, what a lovely establishment.
Katorn says to her, cheers, Babbitt. You keeping all right? And she just nods and smiles, and for a brief moment you see the leech again. He says, yeah, nice one. And he just leans back on the bar with his recap and looks around everyone. And then he leans up next to Ferriner, who he stood next to, and goes, she's mute.
Oh, okay. No point in asking if she knows anything then.
Well, I mean, she's not a fucking idiot. You could ask her, and she might be able to, communicate, maybe.
Oh.
I'm gonna go with the. I've got the auto equivalent as well, and what do you call it? The quill and the. I've probably got some parchment all of the. I can use this data slate type thing to write on, can't I?
Sure. Yeah, you can write on a data slate. Yeah.
I'll be like, okay. Trouble you. I'm just making a bit of an inquiry. We're trying to look at information on the occurrences that have happened. We're looking for Millie, bird woman, or any information on Millie the bird woman, and also this the guy that was punished, Sid. What was he punished for? And I'm like, I've been told you don't take offence. Can you write at all?
She holds up her hands and she does this with her hands.
Book.
Book.
You're right.
And then Then she holds up the thrones you've just given her and goes,
In.
and then she picks up another throne, puts in hand, and then
Yeah. Money. I'm just going to take out. I'm going to take out some 5 thrones and then just pop it on the table.
she shakes her head and pushes them back to you.
Yeah.
And she just keeps pointing at you, Otto.
Book in. Open. Book.
Open. Bookkeeping. Book taking. Taking books. Taking bet.
He's frantically pointing at you as you say bookkeeping.
Bookkeeping. Oh, was he an accountant? Ah, I see. So, was it something to do with him maybe fiddling some funds from Mr. McCann? Ah, a case of fraud. Oh, right. That the one, yeah? Fraud? Yeah, bit of fraud. So he's tried to siphon off some money from, yeah, oh, fantastic. And that's what he was done for. Well, that's fair to me. That seems very fair to me. Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much. You know Millie very well? A little bit. She a nice person? Get on well with her? Oh, yeah. Used to drink a lot, though. Yeah, used to drink a lot. Yeah. Did she have if she had any enemies? Any enemies at all within the carnival? No, she's got on quite popular among the carny folk. All right, that's very good to know. What else? What else could I ask him? I'm just trying to think. I'll get another recap if that's all right, because I'm quite enjoying this conversation. So I'm going to get another recap.
Okay. Venetta, your head feels warm. You do have some enhancements in your head. You have a CPU and a memory storage that augment your intellect. It feels like they're warming up. It feels like something's processing harder than usual. And you've felt this before, when you're working on a particularly complex problem. But you're not now. It feels like something else is doing the work on your behalf. The name Sid and something about the books rattles around. You feel something else is thinking about this inside your mind. I'm just going to get a beer.
Okay.
Now we'll take a quick advertisement break. Oh, nice.
I'd really love Arnie to be one of those mercs. If you've got them. Yeah, these mercs look ace.
Well,
Yeah.
let's have a look.
They just look like those military versions of myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I've got that one. If you want that one, Hayden.
Oh, go on, please.
Yeah, if you want, it's not a
You
problem.
can draw me a little crap Mohican one, then copy it and use that if you want. Oh, you let me do it as, hard Mohican. But it doesn't matter. I quite like it like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you.
Metal.
The thing is, you can take the images and edit them if if it was something you wanted to do. Yeah, it's certainly possible to do that.
I might have a go myself actually. I might make a South Park version of Arnie for Dark Heresy with his head on it, looking up at us.
Look,
So basically, did those two hear this conversation that I was having?
Yeah, you're all there.
Yeah, so we've right. So he was done for books. Well, that seems like fair enough. You don't steal from your own, do you? So it looks like justice was served there. You think Millie could have been involved in it? Oh, hang on, I better go now. I'll just go up to the bar. This Sid and this Millie, were they close? Did they associate with each other very much at all?
She looks at you and says,
A little bit. No.
Distance.
Oh, they kept the distance from each other.
They had exchanges.
She gets some more coins. She gets 2 coins. She puts one on the bar and points at it.
He paid it.
She picks it up and goes, throws it, and then she gets another coin, puts it down on the table, and starts to do like flapping motions with her arms.
Oh, he would pay her.
Did he hire her to?
He'd throw money at her.
She picks up the coin off the floor again.
Yeah.
She taps the one on the bar and does this.
That's Millie then. That
He was
coin's Millie, yeah.
And then she takes that coin away and puts the first one back on the bar and keeps pointing at it. Then she points at this one again and goes,
She worked for him. He worked for her.
and she places the coins next to each other. And she's like, you can see she's really racking her brain how to describe this. And she's like, pointing at one.
See, that's Sid.
So that's
Points at the other one when you say Sid.
Yeah.
And then she gets it, throws it, and then puts Millie on the bar, the coin that represents Millie.
Did they used to be together? Were they together at one point and she chucked him? No? Do you think he may have had something to do with her disappearance?
From next to you at the end of the bar, one of the mercenaries leans in and says, I think she's trying to tell you. No, he doesn't. He doesn't speak like that. Good day, Cobber. He says, I think she's trying to tell you that Millie replaced him.
Ah, right. Well, that would give you that would certainly give him a motive if he wanted to try and get a thing. But then, obviously, if he was caught for fiddling the book, then that sort of backfired anyway.
You heard that Sid was. This was a couple of years ago. Sid was punished. You haven't met anyone called Sid. You haven't heard anyone else reference anyone called Sid living in the Carnival.
A couple of years ago, Caddy would have still been here.
He would.
Where is? We'll go and ask him.
Otto and Vanetta, I'd like you both to make a willpower test, please.
Oh.
Otto's okay.
Yeah.
Vanetta's
Oh.
okay. Okay. The mercenary reaches a hand over to you, Theranos, and says, "Name's Trek.
Oh.
I hear you bagged yourself that beastie out of the House of Horrors earlier, mate."
Well, we all had a bit, but this man here, he finished it off.
Oh yeah, you little fella.
I'm going to take
What guy?
I'm going to take the computer out and then try and spin it.
Making a agility test.
Oh yes. Put it back in the
You do.
holster.
Not only do you spin it, you slot it straight back in the holster. And this man gives you an approving nod and says, "Yeah, you're not bad with the old firearms, then, yeah? Name's Trek Hearn. I'm
Please to meet you, Jack. And I'm going to put my fist out for a fist bump. You know what I mean?
He leans forward and licks it. No, he doesn't. That would be weird. He gives you a fist bump. And he says, "Yeah, we're guests here too. I believe we're neighbours. You moved in across the road from us a couple of days back, yeah?"
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we just keeping ourselves to ourselves. Just trying to blend in a bit. Trying to make ourselves at home. Sometimes it's just nice to get away from it all, isn't
Yeah. We're not exactly getting away from it, We're good day, Cobber. Lost my accent there a minute.
It doesn't sound African for a minute, mate.
We're a little bit South African. Nothing in that boot but a bunch of dead niggers. Sorry.
Oh, dear me.
Call that a knife? This is a knife. Good day, Cobber. Yeah, you were looking for the dead bird woman. Dead bird woman. You're looking for the missing bird woman, then? Yeah. I've gone South African now. Fuck it. It's South African.
Go
Now.
with it. Just go with it.
My mouth's still
Sometimes
open.
you just need to go with what feels natural.
It feels like it should be South African.
Yeah, we are. And as it happens, we are. Do you know anything? Do you know anything?
Judge your accent, no. Come.
Make a fellowship test, please, Johnny. With plus
Well-
10 still for your drink bonus.
Yeah.
Tell me on now.
Oh, I did so well.
He says, "Well, I know she used to look for the stragglers in the carnival. Always sounded a little bit bullshit to me. Plenty of security guys. We offered our services too, but old Wiley didn't want us around, sneaking around after dark. You know what I'm saying?"
What would she do with these stragglers? Any idea what was done with these stragglers? She help them on their way, or
I don't know nothing. I tend to keep to myself here. We don't want to break the rules of our hospitality. You know what I mean?
I certainly do. Yes, certain social etiquette must be observed in every place.
Exactly.
That's right. So you and your boys, are you you on a job here, or are you?
We were on a job. Not no more. Job is finished.
Oh, very good. Successful, I hope.
Well, we believed it was. However, our recent operation has come to an end, and we are waiting for our ride out of here. They're supposed to meet us in the wastes a few days ago. They have not arrived yet. Send one of my boys to outside the hive to try and get a better Vox signal, see if we can call in the
The reception's terrible around here. We've had all sorts of problems with it.
It's
Terrible signal.
It's supposed to be a 28G hotspot around here, and it's just not working.
Yeah, I think it's only working at about 23G. Nothing.
I can't even get on my favorite porn sites. It's ridiculous.
Well, the thing is, you've got to boost the signal if you really want to do that. If you're really keen to actually do that, you need to boost your signal and maybe put a bit more power. If you can get like some sort of amplification device, something that will ramp up your device to research, then you should be able to boost that signal and get access to the sites you most want.
Yeah, I don't understand the fucking word you just said. I'll be honest.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, just scratch that. Ignore that.
He's a nerd, but he knows how to
I agree.
Yeah, I've got one of them in my one of my company too. He's the one outside the hive. He knows.
I'm gonna take the pick thing out and just show them that. Like, I just keep this for personal use. Like, I want to show someone the bloodbath and Veneta and stuff.
Oh yeah, and then after a couple of moments looking, he sort of realizes that it's pictures of Veneta, and he just sort of goes.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, and then I'll slide it back into my robe. I'm like, those one for the archive. Back. So we're getting on pretty well with these mercenary guys as well. I mean, do you see yourself being around here for very long? Do you think that been a bit of something's gone wrong with your ride out of here? You know, would you be looking for gainful employ, or are you trying to get off this world as quick as you can?
We're not trying to get off this world as such, although if the next job comes up is off this world, obviously that is where we'll go. Our recent job, you'll have to excuse me not talking about it too much, of course, confidentiality, but it was working for clients based on this world. We have achieved our objective. We are awaiting pickup. However, our ride is not here, and that is all I can tell you. For the foreseeable, we are here.
Okay.
Oh, if you're in here again, I'll have to buy you a drink when I get some thrones, mate.
Always looking for a drink, my friend. There's nothing else to do in this fucking place.
Okay, I'm going to.
I don't suppose.
I'm like, how do we refer to if we need you? Do you have a business card or any sort of Anything that we can sort of contact you by, if you want to get in touch for your service.
Well, if we're not here, we're in our accommodation up the road, and if one day you require our services and we are no longer here, ask for the Ironsides.
The Ironsides. The Ironsides. That's a lovely. Where does that derive from?
Sorry?
Where does that derive from?
He undoes his flak jacket and lifts his shirt, and you see that each side of his abdomen, his ribs, and his abdomen have been basically replaced by plate steel.
Cool.
He says, took a bolt round through the abdomen, passed straight through one side to the other. About 15 years ago, during the Tranche War.
Tranche War?
Was I in the Tranche War?
Nope, you were not. No, you were on. I can't remember the name of the world, but it wasn't Tranche.
Who do we know that was in the Tranche?
You don't.
I know it's on the other campaign, don't I? So.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
That's some impressive. That's some impressive metal. Can you move all right still with it?
It's flexible, yeah. And he starts sort
Fucking
of
hell.
bending over.
Can he take a good punch to the ribs then and not hurt you?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. I wouldn't want to test it. I want to hurt my knuckles on it. It looks really hard.
Vanetta, you see this. You know what it is. But it's not normally done like this. It appears that he's got subdermal armor, but instead of it being subdermal, it's on top of his skin.
Yeah.
Like he's chosen to have it fitted on the outside of his skin rather than inside his skin.
That's kind of cool. I'm gonna buy this. Let me buy you a drink. I feel that it's always nice to meet a fellow warrior. I'm gonna buy him a drink. What's your poison?
Amasec.
Amasec. Well, I'll get an Amasec, and I'll get myself one as well. Anybody else want a drink?
I could have another ploin juice.
Yeah, I'll risk it.
Okay, Babbitt pours you. This isn't freshly squeezed ploin. She has a bottle of ploin juice.
I'm not too posh to drink bottled ploin.
She pours 3 Amasecs as well for Otto, Ferinus, and Track. And she holds up. Hang on. She holds up 7 fingers.
Okay, so I'll give her 7 thrones.
She holds up 7 fingers. I'm just imagining that on one hand.
She holds up 7 fingers. No, she doesn't. Her mutation is the tongue. Most of the mutants here are quite minor.
It pops into my head.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Most.
Those 2 in the last house weren't minor.
I did say most.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That leak zone.
Do you I'll speak while we're having the Amazon. Do you work with comms at all? Do you have a frequency I can contact you on if I needed you at short notice?
He says, yeah, sure. And he tells you a random con frequency that I'm not going to bother making up because that would be trivial.
Yeah.
And you can store it in your com bead so you can quickly
I'll
switch.
store it. I'll store it in my com bead.
Okay.
We may have need of like you in what we're in the endeavours we're encountering, the things that we're trying to do down here.
Well, if we are around and you need our assistance, we are always available for hire.
Very good. What's your fee?
10 thrones a day per man.
Oh,
how many
are
you?
And he gestures at the room.
Okay.
So there's
we do offer a bonus for killing heretics as well.
there's where's the 3, 6, 7, 8. There's 9 of him, including him, and he did mention that he had a man outside the hive, so there's 10 of them altogether.
10,
He says,
that's 100.
hunting. Are you actually saying that to him, Vanetta?
Yes, why not? If it comes into my head, it can't be a bad thing.
He says, yeah, God botherers, eh? Yeah. killed a few of those heretics myself in my time over the years.
It's not Wi-Fi out.
I'm gonna nod.
Very
Good.
good. That's style. That's what we like to hear. No place for heretics. Yeah.
We shall speak with our employer. Perhaps they would be interested in hiring you as well.
I believe there would be. I think we should certainly take note and pass the details on to our employer. We may have need of men such as you, especially ones with iron sides like yourself. Wow, that's impressive. I've never seen that before. That's most impressive. Can I get a picture of that, please, if that's possible? Don't mean to be rude. Not your face, obviously. Confidentiality.
Make a fellowship test.
Just for my record.
10, Johnny.
More pictures.
Another one for the wank bank.
That's it. More flesh.
Oh yes. Full reception now.
Yeah, he says, yeah, sure. And he lifts his shirt again and lets you take a picture of his augmented sides.
Oh, fantastic picture. Yeah. Fantastic. And I'm just going to pan down a little bit as well. Bit of bush maybe into that. You know what I mean?
Vanetta, although you are not fond of your augmentations, you see this armor plating that he has, and you instantly, with your mechanical brain, sort of start to think about what it would be like to actually take that next step and begin replacing flesh with machine. And you can certainly see the advantages, but there's always the thought in the back of your mind that you didn't choose to be augmented. It was forced upon you, and you quickly thrust this thought from your mind. Okay. What would you like to do?
I think that we could. I'm going to speak to. I think we should go back and speak to Mesmeron about using these mercenaries to tighten security in this place a bit more. You know what I mean?
I would like to just ask him if it's seen anything crazy in the last two days about the bird woman.
Make a fellowship test.
Will do. No.
No. He says, "No, we don't tend to leave this area unless we're invited, or as earlier we heard trouble. We don't know much about the bird woman. No, I haven't seen her around for a few days. That's all."
Oh, thank you anyway.
Well, thank you for your help. You know, we'll continue our investigation.
I mean, before I leave, I'll be like, got any idea what this? You might have seen anything like this. I'm going to take the jeans to their arm out of my shovel, just out of my bag, and be like, any idea what this might be from?
He says, "Looks Xenos to me. Nothing I've encountered before."
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Just wanted to see. It's always worth a shot.
No problem.
Thanks for your time. What's his name again?
Track.
What?
Track.
Thanks very much. Track. I'll be in touch. I'm just going to tap my combi.
He just mimics. He mimics you. He goes,
cool. Excellent. I feel like we've got a rapport. Okay, so you know, I mean, all I need is a good leader. Otto's the man. Otto's the man to do it. So, okay. I was half tempted to hire them.
Well. No, we could definitely use some more soldiers.
Yeah.
So I'm sure Mesmeron will want to hire them.
Yeah, definitely. Steal like 100 a day for 10 guys. You know what I mean? What are these guys wearing? Can I just make an assessment of what these guys are sort of armed and wearing?
they're not armed. They're currently not armed, but they are all wearing flak armor of various styles and colours. They're all painted up a bit different. Some of them look like they might be ex-guardsmen flak. Some look like they might be from different regiments. It's a bit of a mix, you know.
Mercenaries.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, cool. Yeah, that'd be always useful to have additional meat shields around.
Shall we have a look around? There's still some other places to explore.
Yeah.
As you leave the bar, Otto and Venetta, I'd like you to make a willpower test.
Laugh.
Hey.
Okay.
Very good.
Well played. Okay. Where would you like to head? So as you come out, you do actually see there's a couple of locals here. There's a chap that appears to be tending some bushes, and another bloke stood near him who seems to be dripping ooze, and he's chatting away to him.
Oh, I'm going to go over and talk to these freaks.
Okay, as you approach, the man that's dripping, this slimy Bob, who I don't think you guys have met before, I think Canny and a few others have. You hear him saying, "So I says to the man, you best get your finger out of there because that hole's going to tighten up." And oh, hello! And suddenly, both of them jump up with a start, seemingly alarmed by the fact you came around the corner. I would like all three of you to make an awareness test, please.
This is my time to shine.
Baton is with you as well.
Yes. Here we go.
Oh.
Yes. It's like I willed it.
Fairness, you notice these bushes that this gentleman seems to be tending to appear to be ploin bushes. There are fresh ploins growing from these bushes. There's two gentlemen here. One of them, the man that's tending the bushes, appears to be a normal human. He doesn't appear to have any obvious mutation that you can see. He's carrying a basket full of ploins. The second gentleman, however, seems moist, is the best way to describe it. Moist.
Hello. My name's Fairness. I'm looking for information which would help about Millie, Birdwoman.
May I squeeze your ploins?
And what nice ploins you have.
He actually holds out the basket and says, "They're fresh. Would you like to buy some?"
I've got no creds on me, but I could swap you a cigar for one.
I still left my wallet at home.
There's a very good reason. There's a very good reason Venetta doesn't have any money.
She doesn't need it.
No, she spent it all.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, she spent it all on stuff.
A resource. Good stuff.
He says, he looks at you with the ploy and he says, 10 sticks for a ploin.
Ah, don't matter, mate.
Fair enough, and he puts it back.
Sticks.
I mean, okay, how many?
I got 10 sticks.
How many throws? How much charge for?
One throw.
One
One throw for two. One throw for 2 points.
Free. One throw for free. And it's a deal.
Make me a barter test, please.
Oh dear.
Deal.
Okay, so I'll give him a throw.
He picks out 3 of the plumpest, ripest looking ploins. So add 3 ploins to your inventory.
3 ploins. I'm just going to distribute them out, and then I'm going to get one more while we talk to the guys.
Well, I'm going to say thank you to Otto because it's a flash bastard today.
Yeah, he has. Otto's ruled this game. The second gentleman. The second gentleman, the guy that looks a bit moist, he's quite tall and thin, and he wears faded, quite heavily patched suit that once looked like it was quite fine quality, but it's obviously seen better days. He is smoking an IO stick as he stands there, and it's in an elegant, long, golden cigarette holder. And his skin, his visible skin on his hands and face glisten. They're visibly wet. And he watches this exchange between the two of you as you basically barter for some points. And he says, "Hello, dear strangers. To what do I owe the pleasure of making your acquaintance?"
Well, we were just in the area and we were looking information about a bird woman called Mila. That's.
Do you mean Millie?
Yeah.
That's exactly
Yes,
what we mean.
That's what I said.
That's what he said.
Says, yes, there's the bird woman. Yes, I know of her. Yes, I am aware of her. Yes.
Would you be able to assist us in our inquiry? We're just trying to look for information about where she might be. She's gone missing. Anything you could tell us would be most helpful. Might even...
Have you eaten a burger in the last 3 days?
I'd like all three of you to make a fellowship test. You get an additional plus 10 for this.
Is that because we bought his wares?
No, it's because he's a certain person.
Oh.
That's all I can tell you.
Good. You do even know.
Yeah. Done well.
Good.
Good
roll
rolls.
in there. So even Johnny, even you were nearly there, just one off.
Yeah.
Well, how rude of me. Robert Dulcival Carrington. Most around me call me Slimy Bob. I can't, for the life of me, think why. And as he throws his hands back, theatrically, you see that just globs of slime flick off his fingers and splatter on the other man that's just sold you some ploins. He's like, for fuck's sake. He says, and Slimy Bob says to you, well, I do know Millie, yes. She frequents this area. I know she used to stay late, allegedly looking for stragglers, but let me tell you, I sometimes stay late in the carnival myself when we're not supposed to. And let me tell you, I have never seen her flying around the carnival as she supposedly does. She used to head into the complex under the big top, from what I can tell. Never used to see her come out again, though. Of course, why would I? I always got caught and sent straight home to bed at that time. It seems Mr. McCann does not like us mere commoners around the carnival proper during the evening hours after it closes.
Any idea why that might be?
Well, how would I know? I'm merely entertainment. And he flicks his hand out towards you, Otto. And as the globs of goo flick past your shoulder, his hand seems to extend, and his fingers and his arm get longer and longer, like elastic, and then he snaps them back. He says, we don't get to know the ins and outs of what really goes on in this carnival.
That's a most impressive trick. Most impressive.
Well, I thank you. I can be found Tuesdays and Wednesdays, occasionally Fridays, between the hours of 8 and 9 p.m. in Arakor's magic tent.
Fantastic. We may have to...
I really want to go see that now. That's fairness.
Quite impressed with that. That's
Yeah, you seem very well read, Slimy. Sorry, Robert.
Slimy Robert. Says, I was not always one for the carnival, if you take my meaning. I have been somewhat down on my luck for the last decade or two, and, well, these people took me in. The least I could do is pay my way.
So you're going to be...
It's honourable the fact that to just keep doing it, and you're obviously doing a good job.
He fixes you with a very stern look and says, my dear boy, do you really think I have much choice? What are my alternatives? Run out into the wastes? Throw myself upon the mercy of the Arbites?
Yeah, you don't really have many. At least it's more of a safer place. Let's just hope and pray the Arbites never find this place, eh?
Why would you say such a thing?
Because of what you just said. Getting chased down by the Arbites.
What, you know something about the Arbites?
No.
Why did you bring them up?
Because you just mentioned them.
I never did.
Yes, he did. Out in the wastes.
Who's out in the wastes?
The waste man.
The waste man?
Yes.
I believe we've wasted enough time on.
Who is this waste man? Alexio, who is the waste man? And the guy with the ploins goes, I never heard of no fucking waste man. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't trust you, sir. You come here with your fancy talk of waste man and the Arbites raiding town. The Arbeits. They're onto me. I must go! And he turns and just starts sprinting. And he just runs off into the carnival somewhere. And that's the last you see of him.
Sorry, I just made our lead run off. He was giving us some good information. He mentioned the Arbeits, I mentioned them back, and he freaked out. Why did anybody let me negotiate?
Venetta and Otto, make a willpower test.
Oh, no.
These are the willpower tests I want to fail.
I failed.
I'm a bit gutted when you don't do your little scene, actually. Whoever passes both.
Vanessa, you hear very distant tinny music. The edge of the world flickers grey, but it seems to retain its normality. But Otto, the world turns grey. As you watch Slimy Bob run off into the distance and his friend Alexio just watching confused, they both freeze. Time seems to stop, and you can hear music. So, Millie stayed behind. Everyone else had to go home. No one saw what she was doing. Why? What did she have to hide? The colour returns to the world. No one else seems to notice anything amiss. This is alarming, Otto. What the fuck is going on?
That was a clue.
A clue, she.
Oh. Yes, what do you think? What was she doing? Well, well, now that the guys run off, the Slimy Bob's run off. I'm going to turn to the other guy, like, you know anything about this Millie? What this Millie might have been up to? Spending time after hours underneath the big top.
Give me a fellowship test, please. He says, nah, not really. Don't know nothing about it. Like, you know, every night around midnight after the carnival closed, we all had to leave. You know, the big top and the area around it, where all the attractions now. We had to come home. You know, security would basically tell us, "Fuck off, lads, go on, fuck off," and we'd have to come home back to the back home to the shanties and that where we live. I don't fucking know why. I don't ask no questions. You know, I just farm the ploins.
Oh, I think we're done.
Don't we all?
I'm just going. Okay. Well, thanks for your time. I'm just going to take the other guys. I'm just gesture for the other guys. Hey, as well. Like, I just want to run something past you. So that redskin, she lives underneath the big top.
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong? Not right.
You're not wrong.
She says she like.
You're not wrong. You're just an asshole.
That's be that as it may. Let me continue. better an arsehole than a cannon leg. Or cannon fodder for the Emperor. I'm going to look over. And if I can see an IO stick sticking out, can I see an IO stick sticking out of his pocket? Can I try and grumble?
Where are your IO sticks?
Mine.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. My IO sticks firmly in my pocket here.
I mean, you can try and pick his pocket if you want, but it'll be a sleight of hand test.
I'll try.
So it'll be half your agility because I don't think you have sleight of hand.
I don't. No. Oops.
Fairness, Otto just seems to be reaching into your pocket and helping himself to your IO sticks.
I'm going to grab his hand. I'm going to get an IO stick out, put it in it, and just say, just ask.
Oh, all right. Fair enough.
No, I don't.
You didn't pay for them anyway. Don't worry about it.
I've still got mine's still going. So I'll light you a bit off mine because I'm been slowly smoking mine for a while.
Okay, yeah,
I'm
so
gonna
I like
take
it.
out. I'm gonna take out my packet of IO sticks, and I'm gonna look at them and open them, and then close them, and then put them back in my pocket.
Okay.
Start smoking this ice stick. Alright, try and look sophisticated, or like, you know what I mean? So, basically, this Sid guy was replaced by the Bird Woman. Bird Woman was doing. So, was the Bird Woman doing his books as well? So, what if you were trying to fiddle your book or anything like that, and you wanted to make somebody disappear? You can either make them disappear, or you can make an example of them, or you can feed them to somebody that lives underneath the top that likes live food. Now we know that she was having an affair with the red-skinned woman, right? And the red-skinned woman is like now second in charge after Wiley McCann. Am I
I
right?
mean, I don't think Wiley's really in charge.
Well, who do you think is in charge? All right, so
He's,
the
he's,
red-skinned
barely,
woman,
he's barely in charge of himself.
we know this, but he's the figure. He's the public face. Right?
So we're saying the Redskin woman.
Here's a theory for it. The Bird Woman, second in command, potentially to Wiley McCann. She was potentially doing his book. So while she was maybe fiddling his book, she was being fiddled by the Redskin woman. Now the Redskin woman likes to. She's now promoted. She's now above because she's maybe bumped her off, maybe fed on it.
Maybe
I mean,
maybe the other woman found out in love throes and stuff. She told her things and then went back. She could have
exactly.
done it throughout the book.
Was pumping her for information. Then once she found out what she wanted to know, trying to maybe find the secret of where Ken was keeping his fortune. And that's why she was bumped off. Because she knew too much. Or because the Redskin woman wanted to basically have her out of the picture so that she could take her job and work her way up through the carnival. Get closer to Ken, to his fortune.
Maybe she wanted a snack through a sexual throes of live meat.
Maybe it was an oral activity that went. Maybe instead of taking it to the next level, they took it to the next level.
I think that's it. And then she had to dispose of the bodies, which went into the burgers in the Gene Stealer cage.
I'm just off for a wee while you keep pondering this.
Well, if you wanted to get rid of a body, what would be the best place to get rid of it to? To a creature that can neither speak, would really know what he was being fed, but was obviously very hungry. But the quickest way to
look like bird meat, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's just going to look like meat. You know what I mean? If you put anything in that cage with that mystery beast, with that, shall we call it, stealer?
Let's call it a steal. I don't know why. I mean, but it's as good a name as any.
Yeah, it stole its way out of the cage.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And it probably stole most of my intestines for a moment, but.
And while we're all by ourselves here, have we decided on an alibi for Canny? I don't really want to tell me like that fucker out the cage.
I don't mind telling him. I can be true. I can be honest with Canny. I'm not afraid of him.
Well, I would want to tell him to his face in case he probably pulled me in half.
Well, what were you saying we should tell him?
I don't know, about some idiot just trying to feed it wrong. What was there?
Some idiot let it out. Someone else.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, someone. Three-arm Colin, right?
Three-arm Colin.
Three-arm Colin let him out.
He writes bad graffiti about people.
Maybe we should investigate.
Everyone knows he's a bad guy.
Investigate, see if we can find some bad graffiti, see if there's any clues amongst the bad graffiti.
Come on, it's going to be good at everything because he's got an extra hand to do it.
So we'll tell Canny that Three-arm Colin let the stealer out.
Yeah, I reckon.
I believe that it was the Redskin lady. What's her name again? That one I was.
Yulia.
I think it was Yulia in the bedroom with the fanged mob.
What about the candlestick?
No, that was
That was
probably
stuck
earlier.
up the other end.
And then the body fed to, shall we call it, Steeler? Maybe.
Let's call it a Steeler. I don't know why, but it's a good
let's
name.
call
It's a
it.
good as name as any.
Call it a Steeler. Call it. Okay. So, and then she killed two birds with one stone. One, she got something to eat, literally, and then two, she got rid of a potential rival to climb her way up Carnival. So I believe it might have been the Red Skin Woman after all. She seems to be both. What's the word?
Guilty.
Suspicious.
She seems, yes. There's a word for that where it comes from. That's called suspicion. I believe that she is.
But is it a bit obvious the person what looks like a complete and utter demon would be the bad guy? Yeah, why are we stereotyping her?
Venetta, Otto, make a willpower test. I think you've earned this one.
Oof.
Fairness, you watch as both Venetta and Otto suddenly stand stock still, their eyes roll back in their heads.
What is happening?
Otto and Venetta.
I'm just gonna stand next to the only normal person here, which is Carrington with his gilt neck.
Grey. Rain. Shadows fall across the distant outline of the huge tent. At the center of the carnival, in the distance, Wiley McCann, the guy who ran the whole deal, and a lot of money. It's always about money. They always said that, back on the force, follow the money. Shit, the root of all evil. Corruption, suffering, especially here on Desoleum. What the fuck is happening to you? Color returns to the world. Grey. Sid did the books. Sid was punished. Millie stays late. No one else is allowed in the carnival after closing, kept away by security, except for Millie. And you assume McCann. Is he hiding his money? Things are starting to make sense to you. But something, Venetta, nags at the back of your mind. A sense of frustration. Like Otto's on the right track, but there's something not quite right about what he's saying. A detail is missing. Colour returns to the world once more. Fairness, you see them suddenly snap back out of this trance.
Oh, there you are. Just click my fingers in front of them.
Guys, can I just have a minute, please? I'm just gonna get a drink.
Okay. Love it, Dave. Liking the music. Don't have to turn it off just yet. Oh wow. Well, an interval moment now.
It's
Oh,
it's music for certain moments.
let's enjoy it.
I think it's moments where we're getting warmer.
It kicks in when you learn something or guess something.
Right.
So either, when your characters make the right role in the right situation, or when you come up with an idea as well, it'll kick in. It's basically, you are getting warm, Jonathan. So warm.
What if Millie got pregnant and it pissed the red woman off? Oh,
Maybe.
oh, who knows?
What if?
Right, guys.
Okay, what would you like to do?
What time is it in game?
It's about getting on for 4 p.m. at the minute.
Loads of time. Shall we investigate the last house? Who lives there?
Huh?
Who'd live in a house like this?
Also, it's with you.
Oh, that's the mercenary's house, isn't it?
Well, that's the one on
That
the
is,
south
yeah.
side.
Yeah, that one you've just moved over to. That's the one that they were indicating that the mercenaries were staying at.
They're all in the pub, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shall we go in?
Let's go over here.
Okay.
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 You're trying to open the door?
Yeah.
Fairness, would you?
I'm going to knock on the door.
Just a sec. Come
That was me
in.
knocking. Okay. So go in. Open the door.
You recognise a familiar face. She's dressed a little differently.
Agatha
Is-
Nutter.
It is Agnetha Nutter, the fortune teller. She appears to have some sort of shop in addition to her fortune-telling tent. Hanging from the ceiling, a variety of strange and unusual devices, things like dream catchers, bird skulls. Barely an inch of wood is covered. Is uncovered.
Can I scan for Heresy?
Yeah, if you want to.
I want to scan for Heresy.
What, are you looking, or are you...
With my eyes and with the...
Yeah.
Give me a tech.
Give me a tech use test.
Oh, I didn't
And
miss.
also give me a... what would you have?
Plus 20. Is it still?
Forbidden law.
Forbidden
You can
law.
give me a forbidden law cults test if you want to see if there's anything cult related.
Yeah. Oh,
Don't tell me I'll fucking
Oh, yeah.
ram the cans part of the Steeler Cult, please.
of course it is. They all are. How many
Seems
strange mutants have we encountered tonight? The whole flipping carnival is virtually.
It's saying it needs to be purged with flame.
So
Yeah.
you don't detect anything unusual with the Auspex, and looking around, I mean, some of this stuff is a bit creepy, and it might be a little occult, but you don't know that much about it. But there's nothing here that suggests anything to do with cults or chaos or anything like that. You get the impression it's more to do with like superstition. You know, it's warding signs. You know, sticks assembled to represent the Aquila and things like that. You know, that's the sort of thing you see. And she looks at you and says, "Oh, hello again. How can I help you, my friends?"
We're still continuing on our inquiries. Could I trouble you for your services? Because I could do with some sort of guidance. We're trying to find Millie the bird woman. Is there any way you could help us in our inquiry?
Millie, eh?
What do you know about her?
Just a second. Where's
I'd
the
give her a left
papers?
testicle to know.
She says, "Oh, make a fellowship test, please."
Oh,
Would my couple of cups of recaf help to sober me up, Dave?
Yeah, they would have removed your fatigue, by the way. Yeah.
Cool.
She says, "Oh, Millie went missing a few nights ago. She did, yes. I seen them that night. Wiley and Millie. I should have left, but I was still in my tent. By the time I realized that it was time to leave, it was too late. Everyone else had left. I hid in my tent because I thought I would get into trouble. Everyone knows you don't stay late in the carnival at that time of night. So I hid, and I seen them walking through the carnival together. Millie carrying a box, the one the takings go in. I don't know where they went, though.
Ah.
Otto and Vanetta make a willpower saving throw. Willpower test, please.
Oh,
Good, right? Failure is good, Johnny. Don't worry.
Baroness, you see, and Vanetta, you see Otto's eyes roll back in his skull once more. The greyness returns to the world, Otto, and you find yourself standing in a huge, noisy casino. Men and women surround the gambling tables. Agnetha is gone, replaced instead with a sultry-looking woman in an off-the-shoulder dress that clings to her figure. She pouts demurely at you. And she says, "She used to stay behind after the carnival closed. Helped old Wiley count his beans. But Wiley, he didn't want anyone to know, so he made her lie about patrolling from the air. He didn't trust us, none of us, not enough to know where the coin was stashed, not after what Sid did. Not many of us were allowed to stay after the joint stores were closed. It was just Wiley and Millie." And then she smiles seductively at you. Suddenly, Vanetta and Fairness, you hear Agnetha say, is your friend okay?"
They just keep doing this. I tell you, Mum. They just keep doing this all night. I don't know what is up with them. Her too. Maybe she can tell you.
I'm not quite sure now.
Are you not? You've all been going glassy-eyed throughout this night. It's been crazy.
I'm fine, thank you. I'm fine.
maybe a bit of a underhive. What's it called? Underhive eye. That's what it's called. Underhive eye.
I've just been under stress.
Yes, that's all it is. Stress of trying to
Okay. I don't want to push you.
The Stealer and everything, you know.
Yeah, it's all got a bit much today. It's all been a bit full on.
All right. I got scratched.
Okay.
I didn't have it as bad as you lot. Sorry, people.
I'm looking
Anyway,
at live.
Speak to her again. I'm like,
Agnetha, may I buy a charm?
Charm. And she smiles. She reaches behind her. She doesn't look. She just reaches behind her and plucks something off the wall and puts it down in front of you. And it's made from what looks like sticks and also a small skull of some sort of creature. And there's also a few bits of metal. Half of the skull of the creature has been coated in metal. It's the symbol of the Omnissiah. But then she flips it over, and on the other side, it becomes an Aquila. And it's made from the skeleton of a small bird. It's quite clever. You realise it represents both the Omnissiah and the Emperor, depending on which side you have showing. And she puts it on the counter and pushes it towards you.
I'm going to say, I've left my wallet at home, but I have perhaps this to trade. I'm going to hand over the chrono, which is the only thing I think I have that I might be able to sell. That has a bit of value. I've got no throne, so I'm going to pass over the chrono.
She takes the chrono and she looks at it, opens it up, and smiles and says, "This has value to you." Puts it in her pocket and says, "I accept your trade."
Good.
Just need to lock your hair now.
What, the pube?
Did Dave go into detail on that?
No.
Vanetta stood with a hairy bush.
Vanetta, I would like you to make a fellowship test, please, at plus 30. As you pick up the charm, Agnetha lashes out and grabs hold of your hand. and she leans in close to you, and she says to you, "They weren't the only two who were allowed to stay behind. That old tough bitch runs the horror show. She lives nearby. She has been living there, hiding in the darkness, watching, waiting, scheming. She stayed, she saw." And then Agnetha suddenly rears back, and you see sweat bead her forehead, and she looks quite alarmed. I would like you to make a willpower test for Netta at plus 30. Otto, I would like you to make one at plus 10. Otto, the world goes grey and you find yourself removed from this situation. You can see yourself. You appear to be looking through someone else's eyes, and for a brief moment you realise you're looking at yourself through Venetta's eyes. And the world fades to grey as usual. Venetta, you freeze. Everything fades. There is nothing, just a grey world of blankness around you. But both of you hear a voice. "Oh, come on, Venetta. You can work this out. You're a smart girl. All those tiny cogs in your fancy and in those fancy clocks your father had, you could put them together with such ease. Surely you can put this puzzle together too. Don't let him beat you." You see Agnetha twitch. She shudders for a moment. Her head snaps back and forth. She changes into the image of a seductive woman with an off-the-shoulder dress, smiling at you, and you're in a casino. This dame was hiding something. I could see it in her eyes. She knew. The cogs tick. Otto, it's a puzzle. You're good at puzzles. Sid was in charge of the books. Sid betrayed Wiley. Was punished as a lesson. Millie began doing the numbers. Seems to be a bit of a secret. Doesn't want the other carnies to know. Tick-tock, Otto. Tick-tock. The cogs begin to whir in Venetta's mind, slipping into place like pieces of a puzzle, Otto. Pieces of a puzzle, Otto. You're good at puzzles. McCann. It's McCann. Wiley McCann knows something. The colour returns to the world.
I think I've got an idea what might have happened. Whew. Strange day.
Are you all right, Otto?
Not quite sure, but let's just keep on track. I don't know.
I mean, you're looking a little pale.
Well, I can't really help that. It's because I've been stuck inside that mansion and behind a desk so long. It's very rare that I see the light of day, if I'm honest. Mine's a tale of sorrow. You know, I want lad in the guard. You know what I mean? I was too physically fit for them. They said that I'd make the other guardsmen look bad. And I look down my crippled form, and I'm like, you know what I mean? Blatantly lying.
Here's a goat path.
Here it is. It's a goat path.
Otto, you're a valuable servant of the Emperor. You killed the stealer.
Well, I do what I can in the name of the Emperor. But what I think's happened here, it sounds like a bit of a cover-up. So you've got Millie, she's staying after dark, doing the books for Wiley McCann, who had a previous account punished.
He was doing more than his books.
I don't know. I think maybe the what's that lady who runs the horror show, the House of Horrors? I think she was maybe jealous, wanting to find out the location of secret stash of Wiley McCann's secret stash, and tried to interrogate or force Millie into spilling the beans. And then when she found out the information, she fed her to that creature, stealer, shall we say? Try and hide the.
Didn't the other person say Wiley McCann was present?
I believe that he may have been present, yeah. Or maybe he wasn't. I don't know if he was present for that particular moment. But I think they had something going on there between them. Obviously, she runs the horror show, so she must have an idea of what comes in and out of that horror show and what comes in and out.
Well, we didn't get a chance to really ask her anything because we left the medical area where she was at. We could have asked her something, but we all left there because the guard was too busy pulling the guard.
You're saying we should go there and interrogate her.
I think we should go. I think we should go there and meet. I think she knows.
I think we should.
A lot more than she's letting on.
Who's this? Sorry,
The woman who was running the House of Horrors, who's in the med bay.
Yeah, we never.
She was sedated.
She was unconscious. She was sedated. Yeah. But, you know, but we can wake her up, right?
We've got a stims that servo sky, haven't we? Still, is that
We've got one stim left, I think.
Let's do this. We're going to. I think it's time to stop playing good cop. Good cop.
Is Wiley McCann back now?
No, he's up high, I think.
He's up high.
Probably trying to pure new stock, or maybe off spending casino. I don't know. Maybe he's got a bit of a gambling problem. Maybe where he tries to make his money, tries to make the money go further. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't.
He starts chasing some bad money, gets further and further down.
And then has to leg it back to the underhive to get away from the creditors or whatever. But I think that lady who runs the horror show, she knew. She was jealous of this Mila. She wanted to get close to McCann, to get close to his fortune. So she had her captured, bumped off. Maybe that three-arm column was involved somewhere. He's got 3 arms, you know what I mean? If you want to grab somebody, having an extra arm's going to help.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Three-arm column was definitely involved, and he also let the stealer out of the cage, right?
He did completely leave that stealer out of the cage.
Yeah, he is. I think the most guilty person in the whole equation has got to be three-arm column. So he definitely be reprimanded. But I believe that she fed Mila to the stealer for money, for the location of the money. When she wouldn't tell, or when she did tell, get rid of her quick smart, go and claim that loot for herself. Now we need to get her, wake her up, put a gun to her and say, look, confess.
Did someone say she's been going crazy since the Gene Stealer died? That's a bit weird. Not Gene Stealer, the Stealer.
Let's just call it a stealer. I mean, we don't know why, but it's a good enough name as any, right?
Yeah, that's got to be a bit weird.
I mean, who's the Great Devourer?
Exactly. I've got no idea.
If you want anybody eating, the Great Devourer would probably be the best person to feed them, wouldn't it?
The Great Devourer is Carney, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
Just going to grab a bit.
So yeah, I think it was basically. I think McCann wanted rid of. I think maybe McCann wanted rid of Mila, and Mila, because the perfect thing to feed it to would be a creature that wouldn't be able to tell you what it had eaten. Whereas the other creatures could probably tell you something. You know what I mean? I'll say,
Wiley McCann wouldn't do that.
He would do that to cover his track. When he had enough.
But he's like a father to Kelly.
Yeah, but to Kenny he was, but not to anybody else. I mean, he might say that to everybody. If you want to, you might say that to everybody. You might say, "Oh, yeah, you like a son or you like a daughter to get in the trap," and then be like, get him to do loads of his dirty work, and then have him bumped off because they won't expect it from a father figure, would they?
No. I mean, Kenny respects Wiley. He wouldn't do that. I'm sure.
Well, no, I don't think Kenny's involved. I think Kenny's ignorant of this whole situation. McCann, he's working in a carnival in the underhive. Basically where I lower my voice. present company accepted. Place where mutant, possibly Heresy, allowed to run free.
And Xenos.
Now, and Xenos, yeah, whatever it is. So if you're, if you've got no scruples about any of those things, well, essentially we're actually in a carnival of heresy. There's Xenos, there's mutant, there's three arm Colin. You've got all of it here. I mean, if you wanted to cover it up or silence some, say, oh, what if me to say, oh, I'm gonna blab, I'm gonna tell them about your shady bookkeeping activities. You know what I mean? So I think that McCann got Mila fed to the Stealer, or that woman who runs the House of Horrors captured Mila to interrogate it to find out where McCann's fortune was, and then fed her to the Stealer. And three-arm Colin probably did the interrogating. He's got 3 arms.
Oh,
3-arm Colin, man.
All comes back to three-arm Colin.
Fuck that guy.
So, what would you like to do?
We need to go and find that woman, and basically, the gloves are off now.
Put the squeeze on her, you think?
Put the fucking squeeze on them, like pronto.
well, yeah, we go find them both, interrogate her, then interrogate Red Woman properly. She's always giving us nice answers. She could be lying through her teeth.
She's fine, lying through her curved teeth.
Yeah,
I don't
nobody's
know.
scrutining her.
Or perhaps.
We should scrutiny her.
So what? You're heading back to the infirmary to see Mariana, are you?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Thorn comes with you, and you notice as you get there as well that Agnetha has followed you here.
So is there something different about you? Have you changed your aftershave or something?
Who?
I'm talking to Otto.
Oh.
Yeah. How do that? I might notice. I mean, why are you feeling drawn to me somehow?
Is it like Old Spice?
It's exactly like
It's
Old Spire.
Spice.
Old Spire.
Yeah,
Old
Spice.
Spire. Old Spire.
Old Spire.
Old Spire. Old Spire.
I shouldn't have said anything.
No, it's nice of you to notice. I like to make an effort when I go out on the soirees for the Inquisition. Few can resist my mask. And then I'm just gonna go out and wave on the chin. It is what it is. I am what I am.
Okay. So you head back into this infirmary, and Doc Otter is not there, but Martiana is, and also the security guard who's recently lost an arm, but he seems to be asleep. He seems to be sedated. In fact, both of them are
ready for him. Damn it,
I'm just going to keep an eye on that security guard in case he wakes.
By the way,
don't worry. It's mostly harmless.
About this time,
see what you did there.
About this time, the servo skull, Vanetta, that you try to take back over, suddenly decides it's going to start responding and follow you again.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to say to it, it's about time. Okay.
What would you like to do?
Is she awake or is she asleep?
She's asleep. She's restrained, tied to the bed, and she appears to be asleep.
Evidently, if you please get that servo skull to revive.
Emma, certainly will.
I'm just going to pull out my pistol and just lay it on my lap.
Ask the service skull to stimmer.
Okay. There's no need to make a tech use test for this. It's a fairly simple thing. It's not treating a wound, but it does use your second of your 2 stims The first one was used on you. So it needs reloading, basically, when you get back to the mansion. The servo skull hovers forward and stabs Martiana in the arm with this long needle, and straight away Martiana, she tries to sit up, but she's restrained to the bed, and she begins slamming and bashing about in the bed, trying to get up, and then she looks at you three and says, "The father, you killed the father." And she's glaring at you, Otto. Says, "You will be devoured in the coming swarm. When the storm arrives to this cursed world, you will be torn. Every inch of your flesh will be consumed by the great devourer."
Any idea when that might be at all?
Soon.
How soon is now? How soon?
She's saying, Otto, that you'll be the first up against the wall.
I want you to make.
Fine.
I want you to make
My opinion will have no consequence at all.
I want you to make an awareness test, please, all three of you.
Okay.
Submit. No.
I'm unaware that she's.
Where's yours, Alacat? See yours.
Sorry? Sorry, I need to make a test.
Yeah, awareness test, please.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
That was miles away.
You failed it.
I failed to make a test. No, get a load of that. Get a load of that. Bad boy 6.
Vanetta, perhaps it's the medical aspects jacked into your brain that's letting you read the biorhythms of this woman a little bit or something like that, but you get the impression that this woman is full of bluster. These feel like empty threats to you. These feel like the threats of someone who had a plan and whose plan has been foiled. And now she's trying to scare you.
Okay.
Her father is no more. Otto.
Oh, you mean I'm gonna take the genius out of the bag? You mean chap this belonged to? I'm just gonna wave it around in front of her.
Her eyes go wild with fury. She says, "What have you done? You harmed the father, the progenitor. You will be punished. You will be punished." And she begins to weep.
By you and whose army? Let's just get straight to the point.
Can I take the arm off Otto for a second? Can I have a look at that, Otto?
Don't stab her with it.
No, I'm just going to stroke a face with it. There.
No, because you'll cut a face off.
No,
you can't.
You probably would just lacerate her face.
Okay, I'll not do that then.
Okay, I was just gonna lay it on.
It's not a toy, fairness.
Lay it on her.
I reckon it'd make a really good pair of boxing gloves.
She begins to thrash and writhe around while tied to this bed. She's clearly enraged at the idea that you have killed this creature.
All right, I'll put it back in the bag.
I mean, you could always get a new progenitor, can't you?
Yeah, 10 a penny. So I'll put that back in the bag. I'm like, look, you had an evil plan. It's been foiled. Now let's just cut the crap. Did you feed Mila to the Steve?
Okay, so this is not a friendly chit chat. This is the closest thing you've got to an interrogation so far. So I would like to make an interrogation roll. But hang on a sec. I mean, Otto's not really great at interrogation. So interrogation is, I believe it's a choice with interrogation.
He could talk through with facts.
Yeah, if that's what you want to do, you can explain the facts and you can be interrogating her. But
no, there's two. You can choose different stats here.
Yeah. It's willpower or strength, isn't it?
I go for willpower.
You do still get your bonus to your willpower from the cocktail you had.
I'll do that then. So I'll go for willpower. I'll explain the facts to her. I'll be like, look, the facts all point to you. Mila's blood was found in the creature's cage. The creature went on a rampage, tried to kill us all. it looked like it was pre-handled. And I'm just going to tap my bag because that's where the claw's sticking out. You know what I mean? And then I can't help but feeling it's something to do with money. So obviously, if you wanted to fund an evil plan, you're going to need a lot of credit. Perhaps finding the information out from Mila, who I believe was doing McCann's book, find out the location of the creds in order to fund this evil enterprise, this great devourer, whatever it's called, this plan, the father, the one we've killed. Any more of his children about? Are you the only one?
The father is the first. The father is the one we follow. She came that night. She came with McCann to hide the money, as they did every night. The father told me, be patient. Wait. Not now, it said. It whispered to my mind. Baz, he gave me the device. It made the beast sleep. The father slumbered peacefully most nights, but that night, the device didn't work. It didn't work. Father didn't sleep. It killed the bird woman. It killed the bird woman and tried to escape, but McCann, he shut the door. We schemed, the father and I. We were to take our leave. We were to flee, to begin the growth of the flock. But you arrived. You killed the father. The beast should have killed you.
Well, it wasn't quick.
Yay.
I'm going to take the pistol out and just give it a spin. And then pistol whip with it.
Yes.
So there it was, see? The truth finally came out. Millie had been working the books for Wiley McCann. He'd been hiding his coin in the gene stealer's cage. That night, he took Millie to hide the money, but something went wrong. A device malfunctioned. The beast awoke. It killed Millie. McCann reacted quickly, but realized the scandal. If other people knew about his money, there were already rumors around the Carnival about how much money he was hoarding. If people started to find out, what would happen next? Anarchy, chaos. McCann is still complicit, but it seems we have the answer to what happened to Millie the Bird Woman.
We also know where McCann keeps money, which is in the stealer cage, so we need to go back to that stealer cage, take it off, and hire these mercenaries.
Let's do it.
McCann is like a father to Kenny. Kenny wouldn't like this.
Let's go, Otto.
Go. So we just go straight away. We ignore
We're just going.
You going?
Yeah, we're going.
Vanessa, are you going with him?
No, I'm not participating.
On the way there, I'm going to go by that pub and I'm going to go hiring you men now, and I'm going to take out 100 thrones and I'm put on the thing. You men, get your men, come with me.
They all stand. Track says, "Give me a minute." They run to their quarters. They come out carrying their weapons. They head with you to the House of Horrors.
Okay.
So, Vanetta, you're having nothing to do with this.
No.
Okay.
Fonus is going to go and join the chaos.
This is happening. We are getting this money.
Yeah.
And then we are going to basically hold. We just pretend that we didn't know anything about it. He's going to take it because at the end of the day, he's been lying. He murdered a woman. Well, he hasn't murdered her. I think the fight went wrong.
Well, because we'll split with Kenny.
I can't lie to Kenny. I can't lie to Kenny.
We'll split the horde with Kenny.
We will.
He won't like this. He won't like it.
Well, then tell him that.
Well, we don't know that.
Erase that.
We don't know that, do we? You
No,
can't
of course.
say that. You can't say that to us, Alan.
I mean,
You can't say
what
it
do you
from
mean?
Caddy's point of view.
Vanessa, you mean?
Yeah, but I mean,
No, I'm
you're both characters.
honestly, I'm literally like just talking how I think Vanessa would talk.
Simple. I'm just going to give Tracker a quick briefing. Simple operation: fetch and carry, needed for a day. Also for guard duty as well. It will be in your best interest to continue to do this for us, as it will ensure your continued employment for quite a period to come. Like that. So.
Says, well, we find ourselves at a bit of a loose end, my friend. And he takes the 100 thrones from you. They loiter around in here. You're moving into the Steeler cage, are you?
Yes.
I'm going to send two. I want to send two of those men in there first. Two of the men in front of us first, in case there's any traps. You men secure that. You men secure that compound.
They don't respond to you, but after you say it, Track nods at them, and they do it, and they walk into the Steeler cage. They start looking around.
Okay, get the.
I'm going to follow up. I'm going to go and make a search of the Steeler cage.
Okay. Make a search with a +20. Otto, if you want to auspex it or search or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, auspex it.
Auspex it, you'll get a +20 for the auspex. You'll also get a +20 because you know there's something to be found.
2.8.
Is it tech use or search? Is it or
tech use for the auspex?
+4.
Oh, says Johnny.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh no, Johnny.
Fairness does still have a fate point.
Oh yeah, I'll use that. I'll use that this time.
Do it. Can I give him the auspex?
No, that's metagaming.
He wouldn't be very good with the auspex.
So what am I rolling again?
So
search with +20.
Yeah.
It just went out my head for a second. Beer. Oh, why did you convince me to do that? Does my brain explode from searching too much? Do I find something or rots my fingers away?
Do we get any pluses for having like 10 men look forward with us?
No, there's only 2 in the cage looking. I've already rolled for them.
Yeah.
100 is 100, Johnny.
Plus 100.
I hit a trap and everybody dies in the room.
Great.
Sorry, I shouldn't took these ideas around.
Great.
As you're looking, you can't see where this money is possibly hidden. We'll worry about that 100 in a bit later.
I've already taken.
Another figure enters the cage and begins to look round. Agnetha stands there. Her eyes close as she feels around the room, and then she shakes her head. There is no sign of the hidden money.
Can I?
He's too smart for that.
McCann's just fled. So McCann's taken it and run, basically. So he's basically taken the money, fled up, got up high. He's basically, I think he's going to get off world and take the money and go, because like he knows that everybody's looking for it. He also knows that a bit of an accident with that, which means that the carnival is now not being run by anybody in particular. Because McCann's not here, he's not like the ringmaster, and he won't be the ringmaster anymore. I think he's fled the scene of the crime with the money, thinking, "Shit, somebody's just been killed here. There's going to be uproar in the carnival. Maybe now's my time to leave." I think that's what's happened. I think he's taken the money and run.
Are you saying this out loud?
No.
All right.
I agree, but I'm agreeing just to my own mind. I don't know.
What's
I'm going to confer with Vanetta and Fairness.
Okay.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I'll just ask the mercenaries. Track, can you get your men to fall back out of the cage, please?
And he does. They leave.
And then basically, I'm just going to confer with these.
Actually, no. Otto, before you tell them to do that, Could you ask them to make a good thorough search of the room?
They already did.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah. What about Track? Track, come in here. See if there's anything we've missed. You're a man of experience. You might have.
And let's shout over that the gill mutant man, Faris.
You all track in. Track points to the corner of the cage. Walks over. Hefts his rather fancy las gun and just strikes it on the tile of the floor. Everything sounds normal. And then he hits a particular corner of the tile and you hear a dunk, hollow clunk. And he lifts the corner of the tile and it comes away separate from the rest of the tile. And he reaches in, twists something, and a panel in the wall opens. And there, in the wall, is a hidden compartment with multiple leather sacks.
Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Track.
Let's take him.
I'm gonna move in, and then I'm just gonna basically do an assessment of basically what we've got there.
Okay, it takes you a good few minutes to count it up or estimate it.
Well, I'm going to
You reckon you have found about 375,000 thrones.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
So what I'm gonna do is that's quite a lot. So basically, I'll be like, need your men to carry some of this loot. I want to take it back to the mansion, and I also want
to give him a 200% bonus straight away.
Yes.
Keep
What I'm going to do is basically, I'll be like, I'll give you and your men 1,000 thrones. You can get rid of that woman in the infirmary. Make her body disappear. Okay, I want no trace. I want her to be gone completely. Okay. So I'll basically put one of those bags straight away.
Okay.
The rest of your men, I want 5 of your men to come with me, carry this back to where we're staying. I believe that we've got enough thrones here to keep you in employment for a very good long time. But this is actually the property of my employer now. And then have I got an Inquisition symbol?
No.
Anywhere on me? Has anybody got an Inquisition symbol on us as well? Okay.
No, I don't think I have.
I have got.
What was that, Dave?
Nobody's got an Inquisition symbol yet.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do it. Does it comply? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even give us away.
He says she'll be gone by midnight.
Excellent. That's good enough for me. Right. We need to get this back to normal and basically make it look like we were never here. Can you do that?
Consider it done. And his men begin to file in, picking up the bags.
Okay. Follow me. I'm just gonna click my fingers and then start making my way back. Start making my way back to the mansion.
Okay. Vanetta, are you heading back to the mansion with them as well?
I'm just gonna
obviously not very happy about what's just gone on. But...
I'll go. I mean,
at the end of the day, Vanetta, you don't want to be a loose-ended situation. I've got 10 armed men that could.
I'm sorry, but Fairness is keeping at least 200 thrones for himself.
Oh yeah.
All I'm saying is I'm not going to lie to Kenny. I won't lie to him.
Oh, no,
when he asks me what happened to her,
you don't need to lie.
I'll tell him. I'll tell him what happened.
Don't tell him that. You just tell him that we're in the carnival.
You robbed his father. You robbed his father.
I'm just gonna whisper to.
I won't lie to him. I'm not gonna be a part of this.
I don't really want to have to make Vanetta go away, because this is like the heist of the century.
Yeah,
so
this is the heist of the century.
It's like anyone that gets left, falls behind, gets left behind. It's like the Pirates Code.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like
either with us or with the terrorists.
Yeah.
I'm basically going to fix Vanetta with a very hard stare. I'm just going to be like, Vanetta, when you joined our organisation, to whom do you owe your loyalty? Do you owe your loyalty to Lady Mesmeron and the organisation to which we work, or do you owe your loyalty to Kenny?
My loyalty is to the Emperor.
And who
How
do you
dare
think?
you question that?
Who do you think's most esteemed in the eyes of the Emperor? Kenny, our employer.
I won't lie to him. I've told you. I'm not going to lie to him. If he asks me what happens, I will tell him.
Vanessa, you don't have to. Just don't have to tell him the truth.
I won't lie. That's the same as not telling the truth. What do you mean? That doesn't make sense.
It makes perfect sense. All you say is that we conducted the investigation.
I cannot
it was discovered that the lady.
I cannot say.
I won't lie to him.
I cannot say. It's Chris Lobster, isn't it?
I'm ignore that. I don't think it'll matter when we give Kenny a big whack of this money anyway. You know, what I mean, I don't think he'll give a fuck. You know, what I mean, that we've robbed his father or not. But at the end of the day, he was exploiting from the moment he hired him or the moment he bought him. So I don't think he's actually going to care. If we put 50k worth of thrones in his hand, say, look, this is your share of the loot. You know what I mean? I don't think he's actually going to give a fuck. So you can tell him all you want. You can tell him all you want, Vanessa. You be a little telltale. You want to be.
Kenny's not like that. He's not like that.
Just remember, Carney Code. Niches get stitched. Remember that.
Tail.
Have you not had enough stitches for one night?
Split. And all the birds will have a little bit.
Gesture at the stomach. I'm like, have you not had enough stitches for one night? Do you want more?
So I want more stitches.
So, are you heading back to the mansion?
Yeah.
We were just bullying Vanessa first, like trying to make not tell Kenny.
What are you doing with the mercs? Are you letting them into the mansion?
No, we're going to unhire them at that point, I think.
So you're just leading them back to the house and then you're heading
No, don't let them to our house. Just leave them off at the pub, buy them an after-work drink and then disperse. Yeah. I think that would be the best option. Okay. So if we don't know where we go to a mansion, you don't want to give everything away.
Yep. No problem. So you head back.
I think we lost Johnny, guys.
Oh,
even though he's really still.
He's really thinking.
It's a thinker's pose.
Good one.
So you head back to the mansion.
What the Johnny's pose? I certainly am.
I thought the other bit as well.
The other guy, the game in general. Of course I am. Yeah, of course I am. I'm not gonna.
You head back to the mansion. You dismiss the mercenaries. You head inside with the bags and bags of thrones, and you step through the door into the mansion. I need Johnny to come back.
It's all right, man. Like we'll have to just wait and see. He'll be back. He'll be back.
Today.
Oh.
It's gone.
There he goes.
Oh, he's back.
He's back. Guess who's back? Johnny's back.
Who's back? Tell a friend. So yeah,
right.
Johnny's back. Johnny's back.
So,
Johnny's back. Johnny's
You head back to the mansion. You dismiss the mercenaries and you head into the mansion with these bags and bags of coins. You push open the door to the mansion.
I mean, who comes for Jeeves? Jeeves, bring the big crate. Bring the big crate.
Nothing works through the portal. You have to be in the mansion.
Right.
You step through the door and you feel the momentary disconnection from reality that you felt before, and then the headlines tonight: the war on Trench takes yet another step towards victory. Iacanthos ravaged by meteor swarm, resulting in massive loss of life, and local lunatic lord begins construction of his orphanage for children of the fallen. Report all suspicious activity to your local sanctuary precinct. Local consortium reports yet another record year for production rates of both. Lady Ord Killian was recording us saying that this year's grand tithe would be postponed at the request of sector governor due to And lo, in his darkest hour did Drusus say unto his men, I am the way, I am the light, I will lead you to salvation. Fear not the darkness, for the darkness is naught but an absence of light, and I am that light. Sport. In sport, the Attilian Ravagers defeated the Kandar Blitz in what's one of the most spectacular scramble games of the season. Ferinus, you step through the mansion. Everything seems normal. And after a couple of moments, Otto and Ferinus emerge through the door too, and promptly collapse to the floor. Their eyes roll back in their heads.
Otto, Veneta, or Otto and Ferinus after that?
Otto and Veneta collapse to the floor.
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
I'd like to stop and try offer them a hand up.
They seem to be catatonic. They do not respond to you.
At all, anything I do, just non-responsive.
Mhm.
Knocking, trying to...
There's bags and bags of thrones all over the floor that they've dropped as they've fallen, as they've collapsed.
I'll keep with my bags of thrones and then drop them off at Mesmeron's office.
Okay, so you're just leaving him there, heading to Mesmeron's office.
Well, I don't know. Well, maybe I should take some as a whole myself. You know, I'm a man confronted with a lot of money in my hands. Hard choice for anybody to make, really, isn't it? But yeah, I'll go to Mesmeron's office, take him there, and like call for medical assistance.
Okay, so you call Pench.
Yeah, Pench. For some reason, my two wussy mates here have passed out. Would you please help pick them up and clean up with this free money we found in a gene stealer cage?
After a few moments, Pench appears with your brother, Titulos, and they help Otto and Ferinus up, seemingly unresponsive, and begin to drag them towards the infirmary.
Okay.
Veneta, Otto, and Veneta. You step into the mansion, only it's not a mansion, Veneta. You find yourself in a landscape of perfect green grass and rolling hills. A mountain sits on the horizon, dominating the landscape, capped with white snow. A few trees are dotted here and there around the area you're in, but otherwise there is nothing. It's quite beautiful, serene. You turn around and around, taking in the beauty of this environment. You've never seen anything like it before, at least not in the flesh. You recall seeing a similar scene once before in your mind, when Alyssa dragged you into the inner workings of the mansion. And she's there, standing a few meters away, a young girl. Alyssa smiles at you, her hair in pigtails. She wears a checkered dress, well made, and polished shoes, and she waves. Hello, Veneta. That was fun, wasn't it?
It was a lot of fun. Are you somehow responsible?
Me? No. The case of the missing bird woman, just like one of the detective shows I used to watch back on the Holovox before the sky darkens. Clouds roll in, and a distant peal of thunder can be heard. Oh, hello, she says. The sky clears. She peers at something behind you, smiling again. Otto. You too find yourself standing in this picturesque landscape. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? You see Veneta standing nearby, talking to a small child. The child peeks around Veneta at you, gives you a smile and a friendly wave. Oh, hello, she says. Otto, isn't it? How lovely of you to visit. It's a shame Ferinus couldn't come too. I like him. What an adventure, eh? The beast. Ooh, hideous. It frightened me. But I knew I would be safe because Veneta looks after me. Don't you, Veneta? And you were like, ah, it's got me. Chop, chop, chop. Ah, that hurt. And then Ferinus was like, pew, pew. And it ran off. And then you found it. And it was all wah, 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 wah. And the lady with the mask was all whoosh, whoosh, whoosh with her swords. And Veneta shot her. Ha, ha, ha. Good. I don't like her anyway. And then Otto, pow, dead, wow, amazing, such fun. Can we do it again? I want to play again.
Yeah. There'll be there'll be next time, I'm sure. Just not today.
I'm going to take the pistol out, spin it, like, time for level 2. That.
Hang on,
And then I'm just going to put it back in the holster.
that looks uncomfortable. Let me fix that. The girl skips over to you, Otto. She reaches out and touches you, and with a sudden gasp, you straighten up. The curve of your spine corrects itself. You stand tall and straight. There is no pain. For the first time in your life, you do not feel pain. That's better, she says.
That is better. Oh, what did you just do to me? Thank you, whoever you are.
My name's Alyssa. I'm Venetta's friend.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Alyssa. Thank you for sorting me back out. This is a miracle.
You're quite welcome. Would you like to play another game?
Well, what sort of game do you want to play?
Well, my favourite's hide and seek.
All right. Doesn't look like you've got many places to hide around here, though. It's a big open field.
There's always places to hide, Otto. Will you play? Please say you'll play.
Let's play.
Jolly good. It's a shame you didn't play. Baroness.
Yeah.
As you help your brother and Pench drag Venetta and Otto's comatose bodies to the infirmary, your combead bursts to life in your ear. You hear a voice. Baroness, do not respond to my voice. It's the voice of Inquisitor Mesmeron. Make your excuses and leave. I require your assistance immediately. It is imperative that Gladstock and the others are not aware of this task. Head to the east wing of the mansion.
Copy. Right, I just say I got orders and I've got to leave and move straight away.
We're still passed out, I think so.
You are. As you pass along the corridor through the central space of the mansion into the east wing, I'm just going to give you that ground floor image. So you head through the central foyer over to the east wing.
Yep.
The door to the Holovox chamber is open. As you pass by, you peek in, and the dozen chairs around the central table are empty, but the ghostly blue-white image of Inquisitor Mesmeron hovers above the table, projected from the holo array. And she says, "Come, quickly. We have little time."
Yeah, what seems the problem?
You enter the Holofox room, and the door slams shut behind you. Mesmeron's face breaks into a smile, and she begins to laugh. But it's not her voice that laughs. "Ha ha ha ha! Got you, Fairness! Come and play! Please come and play!" The Holovox flickers. Mesmeron's image vanishes and is replaced by a ghostly image of a long corridor. As the image resolves itself, two figures coalesce out of the semi-transparent image of light. One dressed in a robe carrying a cog-tipped staff, the other a small, thin man, standing so straight that for a moment you don't recognize him. The flickering images of Venetta and Otto stand before you. Otto, Venetta, the landscape of rolling hills, the mountainside, dissolve. They run down before your eyes like coloured liquids on glass until there is nothing left but blackness. Then rushing up towards you at startling speed, you see a vast swirl of what appears to be dust. But as it draws near, you see it to be the fragments of bone-like material that you've seen before in the mansion. The fragments coalesce rapidly, forming a vast, square-shaped maze-like structure. And within about 20 seconds, it has filled your field of vision, stretching from horizon to horizon, as far as you can see. and it keeps moving towards you faster and faster and faster. This thing is immense. Eventually, it comes to a stop, and you find yourself standing in a passageway about 3 meters wide within this maze that you have seen. The sheer, smooth walls are about 6 meters tall, bland, featureless grey rockcrete. Far above you, the black sky twinkles with stars, and over to one side, the curved edge of a pale, dusty orb is visible, scudded with greenish clouds, a barren, inhospitable desert of a world that you recognize as Desoleum. A third figure appears beside you, the grizzled guardsman, Ferinus. Although there is something insubstantial about his presence, like he's not really there. But then again, are you? Ferinus appears ghostly to you. Ferinus, you see the same image, this long passageway, but made of light, with light versions of Venetta and Otto beside you. Come! Come and find me! Cries Alyssa from seemingly everywhere at once. And don't let father catch you. You hear somewhere behind you the thud of a huge boot on a stone floor of this maze, and the grunt of something bestial. He doesn't like uninvited guests, says Alyssa.
Oh no.
The corridor before you stretches out for about 30 meters, terminating in a junction at the end which splits both left and right. Welcome to the labyrinth. And that's where we'll leave it.
Ah.